Chapter 971. Divine light intertwined outside Lin Tian's body. Dragon patterns and Tao radiance flickered. He sat cross-legged on the old tree with a calm expression. More great path nomological laws and dragon patterns merged into his eyes. Not bad, the whooshing crocodile muttered to itself. It seems like he will succeed soon. It stared at Lin Tian seriously. At the same time, it was also paying attention to little Yi Tong, who was fighting fiercely with many demon beasts not far away. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, Yi Tong stopped to rest 3 times. Lin Tian had been cultivating silently. The divine light outside his body became denser. Soon, another day passed. On this day, the divine light outside Lin Tian's body became chaotic again. His essence, energy, and great path nomological laws were trembling violently. Cough! His Tao body trembled slightly. Just like last time, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. More blood flowed from his eyes. In an instant, his aura became much weaker. The whooshing crocodile was shocked. It hurriedly flashed over. Obviously, it had seen something. Failed again. Lin Tian nodded silently. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and wiped the blood from his eyes. At this time, he felt that his eyes were more painful than last time. It was as if thousands of silver needles were piercing them. He waved his right hand slightly and took out the soul-absorbing pool water from the stone ring. He drank 3 mouthfuls and then used his cultivation technique to refine it. Another Tao injury? Why does it feel more serious than last time? The whooshing crocodile stared at him. For cultivators, Tao injuries were very serious and difficult to heal. Now, in just 10 days, Lin Tian had suffered 2 Tao injuries in the process of cultivation. This was a very scary thing. It's okay. There is enough soul-absorbing pool water. Tao injuries are nothing to me. Lin Tian on Tao. As he spoke, he sighed slightly. With the soul-absorbing pool water, he did not care about the terrifying Tao injuries. He could easily heal them with the soul-absorbing pool water. What made him sigh was that the cultivation of the delusion breaker divine eye was too difficult. Even with his current strength, it was still so difficult to cultivate. Yi Tong's divine fist. In the distance, a clear shout resounded. Little Yi Tong was covered in dirt. She clenched her little fist and smashed an early void flight great demon to the ground, causing this great demon to be unable to get up for a long time. He was gasping for breath. When Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile heard this, they turned their heads and happened to see the scene. They couldn't help but find it a little funny. Master, Uncle Croc. When little Yi Tong saw Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile looking at her, she stepped on the big demon's body and waved happily at them. Lin Tian looked at the little fellow from afar. He smiled faintly and stood up. Not cultivating anymore? Whooshing crocodile asked. Let's wait for a few days first. Don't be too anxious. Lin Tian on Tao said, I want to see more mountains and rivers. By the way, little Yi Tong has been fighting continuously for several days. She should take a rest. Blindly fighting is not a good thing for cultivation. Whooshing crocodile curled his lips and did not say anything. Immediately, the man and the crocodile appeared in front of little Yi Tong. When Lin Tian saw that the little fellow was not seriously injured, he let the little fellow use the sun's nirvana art to heal herself. Then, he took the little fellow and left this place. Just like a few days ago, he did not do anything special. He just took little Yi Tong on a simple walk. They walked past one mountain after another, crossed a large river, and looked at the ordinary things of the world. Then, every few days, he would let the little fellow fight with demonic beasts to temper herself. And naturally, every few days, he would start a new round of cultivation of the delusion breaker divine eye. In this way, 2 months passed very quickly. Including the first 2 times he cultivated the delusion breaker divine eye, and the last 2 months he cultivated the delusion breaker divine eye a total of 12 times. However, without exception, he failed every time. Each time he was seriously injured. Buzz! On this day, he sat cross-legged on a large rock in an old forest and began his 13th cultivation. Divine light covered his entire body. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. Cough! When the sun rose, Lin Tian Ondao trembled and coughed up blood again. More blood flowed out of his eyes. His hands trembled slightly, and he felt like his eyes were about to explode. Whooshing, Crocodile frowned. Kid, if you can't do it, then give up. This eye technique was created by the celestial, venerable Zonglong in his later years. In essence, it forcibly turns the ordinary eye into a divine eye that is comparable to the yin eye and the yang eye. It is truly going against the heavens. Lin Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and used his divine power to evaporate the blood flowing out of his eyes. His expression was calm, and he was not shaken by the dozens of failures. In essence, through cultivation, we can transform from a mortal body to an immortal body. We can fly in the sky and burrow under the ground. We can go from an old age of 100 years to a lifespan of 100,000 years. Isn't that also going against the heavens? Since we are already going against the heavens, what's the point of this now? He said. Whooshing Crocodile opened his mouth and was suddenly speechless. Lin Tiantan smiled and took out the soul-absorbing pool water. He drank a dozen mouthfuls and refined it with the Sun Heart Sutra to heal his Tao injuries. For a moment, faint light intertwined on the surface of his body, and his Tao injuries were quickly healed. Whooshing Crocodile stared at him, and his expression became serious. Kid, don't blame Lord Crocodile for not reminding you. You have already suffered 13 Tao injuries. If you continue a few more times, the soul-absorbing pool water will gradually lose its effect. Lin Tian nodded. I know what I'm doing. Although the soul-absorbing pool water could heal Tao injuries very well, if the same person repeatedly suffered Tao injuries and repeatedly used the soul-absorbing pool water to heal, the effect would naturally weaken gradually. It was equivalent to humans eating delicious food. The first time was excellent, the second time was not bad, and the third time was also wonderful. However, if one ate too much, they would gradually lose the feeling. It was like drinking plain water. He let out a breath of turbid air and stood up. Let's go for a walk, he said to Whooshing Crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips and did not say anything. It just so happened that little Yi Tong fought with a group of demon beasts for a long time. He took the little girl away and walked to another place. This time he walked for half a month and saw even more. Then he brought little Yi Tong into another mountain to fight. He let the 5 elemental crocodiles stand guard for him, and he began to cultivate the delusion breaker divine eye on a large rock. Buzz! Faint divine light intertwined and circled around his body. The blood, chi, and great path precepts all over his body gathered towards his eyes. Then he activated the dragon burial scripture. Dragon patterns appeared and surged towards his eyes. Suddenly, the light on his body became denser. His essence, chi, and spirit rose at an extremely fast speed, boiling slightly. Whooshing Crocodile watched silently from the side. At the same time, it paid attention to little Yi Tong's battle. It also paid attention to every inch of space within a radius of 1,000 feet to prevent any sudden changes from happening. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the big rock. Light intertwined around his body, and all of it surged towards his eyes. Strands of divine light flowed out. He cultivated silently. His expression was calm and unhurried. The aura emitted from his body was sometimes gentle and sometimes violent. Just like that, he sat cross-legged on the big rock for half a month. On this day, his essence, chi, and spirit surged even more. The divine light that surged out through the gaps of his eyelids was much more intense. After another 10 breaths, the aura on his body suddenly stopped. His boiling essence, chi, and spirit immediately calmed down. The divine light that surged out of his eyes was also absorbed. He was still sitting on the big rock. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and the corner of his eyes. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes. He failed again. Whooshing Crocodile sighed. Then, it suddenly changed its expression. It sized up Lin Tiandao. Oh, your essence, chi, and spirit are stable. It seems like you didn't suffer any Dao injuries this time. Lin Tiantan smiled. He stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and eyes. Then he said to Whooshing Crocodile, "Fight with me. I will suppress my cultivation to the early stage of the Great Path precepts. Just focus on attacking me. You can use any method you want." Whooshing Crocodile immediately stared. "What are you doing?" "Cultivating." Lin Tian said simply. Whooshing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian suspiciously. However, it did not ask any more questions. It only nodded. At that moment, in this mountain, Lin Tian made little Yi Tong stop fighting with the many monsters and move her to an absolutely safe place. Then he suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of the Great Path precepts. The power of his physique was also suppressed. "It's coming!" Whooshing Crocodile shouted at Lin Tiandao. It flapped its 5 colored wings and attacked directly. At Lin Tian's request, it did not show any mercy. It attacked with its cultivation of the 6th firmament of the Great Path precepts, using all its divine abilities and secret techniques. In an instant, a tyrannical demonic light shrouded the surroundings. There were even wisps of the 5 elements precepts that surged and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He did not use any divine abilities or secret techniques. Instead, he met the attack head-on. There were wisps of mysterious light mist lingering in his eyes. He only dodged the killing light of Whooshing Crocodile and did not attack. He stared at the divine abilities and secret techniques that Whooshing Crocodile attacked him and stared at them with his cultivation suppressed to the early stage of the Great Path precepts. The divine light in his eyes became even more intense. Bang! A demonic light landed on his body and sent him flying on the spot. Blood gushed out of his mouth. "Master!" In the distance, little Yi Tong was protected by Lin Tian's array patterns. When she saw Lin Tian coughing up blood and flying away, she could not help but cry out. Whooshing Crocodile also frowned. It retracted its divine abilities and said, "Kid, what the hell are you doing?" Lin Tian stood up from afar and shook his head at Whooshing Crocodile. Then he said, "It's okay. Continue. Don't hold back. Use all kinds of methods to attack." This time he had reached a critical point in the cultivation of the delusion breaker divine eye. He was just a little bit away from achieving initial success. Now he needed some external help. Therefore, he let Whooshing Crocodile attack him mercilessly. He wanted to use this opportunity to break through. Whooshing Crocodile paused for a moment. Finally, it moved again. Its divine abilities and secret techniques were cast even more powerfully, and the 5 elements precepts were even more turbulent. In an instant, there was a rumbling sound. The surrounding space collapsed inch by inch. All the demonic beasts in the mountain were so frightened that they fell to the ground. They trembled under the great Tao-level demonic might of Whooshing Crocodile and trembled with fear. Boom! Boundless demonic light surrounded him and surged towards Lin Tian. The killing light was boundless. In the face of this, Lin Tian was very calm. He still did not use any techniques. Only a faint light surrounded his eyes. He stared straight at the dense demonic techniques that pressed down on him. He stared at them seriously, trying hard to see their essence. Bang! Once again, he was swept by more than a dozen killing lights. He was sent flying again. More than half of his body had been destroyed, and fresh blood was dripping. "Continue," he said in a low voice. He activated the nirvana of the sun technique and repaired his damaged body in the blink of an eye. The divine light in his eyes became even more intense. Whooshing Crocodile frowned. An even stronger divine ability appeared and pressed down on Lin Tian mightily. Lin Tian stared at the demonic techniques that pressed down on him. He was still calm and simply dodging. His eyes were focused. Bang! 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 The demonic light swept across. He was sent flying again and again, coughing up blood time and time again. Continue. He repaired his body and said to Whooshing Crocodile in a low voice. Whooshing Crocodile cursed in a low voice. The 5 colored wings on its back flapped. The 5 elements precepts surged like a hurricane, supporting an even stronger demonic technique that pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with divine light as he stepped forward. He dodged Whooshing Crocodile's killing lights. His eyes were intertwined with divine light as he carefully observed and dodged. Bang! 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 Again and again he was struck by the 5 elemental crocodile's secret arts. His corporeal body was shattered several times, but he still allowed the 5 elemental crocodile to continue while he himself didn't cast any spells. He only used his eyes to observe the 5 elemental crocodile's attacks and dodge them. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, 10 hours had passed. He had gradually adapted to the 5 elements crocodile's murderous aura from the beginning. His dodging movements became more and more natural and simple, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Watch carefully. He stared at the sky full of demonic techniques from Whooshing Crocodile and whispered in his heart. With a rumble, he dodged the sky full of demonic techniques from Whooshing Crocodile. His eyes became brighter and brighter. Then, gradually, he suddenly saw that there seemed to be hazy threads intertwined in the sky of the demon clan's secret arts, like sharp steel wires, as if they were supporting the demon clan's grand arts that the 5 elements crocodile cast. It seemed that this was the essence of the divine ability cast by the 5 elements crocodile. At the same time, he saw that the killing lights from the secret techniques that were surging towards him slowly slowed down. Even Whooshing Crocodile's movements seemed to have slowed down countless times in an instant. Under careful observation, he could clearly see every detail of Whooshing Crocodile's technique. Watch carefully. His eyes brightened several times in an instant. Facing the sky full of killing lights from Whooshing Crocodile, he stretched out a finger and gently pressed it down. Suddenly, a soft sound was heard. The sky full of killing lights from the secret techniques that were pressing towards him were all shattered and dissipated into nothingness. This shocked Whooshing Crocodile. It knew very well how powerful its divine ability was. It could definitely kill a powerhouse in the 9th heaven of the Great Tao. But now, Lin Tian had suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of the Great Tao, which was 6 small realms lower than it. However, he was able to shatter its powerful divine ability with a single finger. This shocked it. It looked at Lin Tian. Suddenly, its gaze fell on Lin Tian's eyes. Its expression changed. Boy, you. Chapter 972. Staring at Lin Tian's eyes, the Whooshing Crocodile was really shocked. It even felt a little scared, as if it could not hide anything at this moment. That feeling was really terrible. In the distance, little Yi Tong looked at this place and naturally saw Lin Tian's eyes at this moment. She could not help but widen her eyes. Master's eyes, why are there small circles? Whoosh! A light breeze blew in this space, swirling up bits of sand and dust. Lin Tian glanced around. At this moment, he felt that the world had become incomparably clear. The grass and trees were greener, the clouds were brighter, and even the flow of the air could be seen clearly. He looked at the Whooshing Crocodile, the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a faint smile. The dragon patterns in his eyes were mysterious and hazy. The Whooshing Crocodile shuddered again. Then it suddenly understood something. This is the Delusion Breaker Divine Eye. You've mastered it. It stared at Lin Tian. Yes, it's the Delusion Breaker Divine Eye. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. He recovered his suppressed cultivation and physical strength. He felt that his essence, energy, and spirit had become stronger. At this moment, he felt as if he could see the essence of everything he saw. He paused, then said, "However, this is only the initial stage of cultivation. It's still far from being proficient in controlling and mastering it. This is only the initial stage of cultivation. The whooshing crocodile's eyes widened even more. At this moment, it could clearly feel the terror of Lin Tian's eyes. There was a feeling that made its heart tremble. However, Lin Tian said that this was only the initial stage of cultivation. Yes, the initial stage of cultivation. Lin Tian nodded. On his eyes, strands of dragon patterns intertwined to form a circle, adding a mysterious charm to his eyes. He closed his eyes slightly, then opened them again. The dragon patterns on his eyes disappeared, and his eyes returned to normal. The patterns on your eyes are gone. Whooshing Crocodile was slightly moved. You can change them back? Lin Tian nodded and said, when I don't use the delusion breaker eyes, my eyes will naturally return to normal. Master, little Yi Tong shouted and ran over from a distance. She grabbed Lin Tian's trousers and stared into Lin Tian's eyes. Master, your eyes were so beautiful. The little guy's eyes were sparkling. Because he was still young and inexperienced in cultivation, he couldn't understand how terrifying Lin Tian's delusion breaker eyes were. Lin Tian chuckled and rubbed the little guy's head. Let's go. Let's leave this place, he said to Whooshing Crocodile, because he had used the Whooshing Crocodile's attack to cultivate the delusion breaker divine eye. Everything within a radius of several hundred meters had been destroyed beyond recognition. The vegetation had been destroyed, and the ground had collapsed. There was nothing he could do even if he stayed behind. As you wish, Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded and let little Yi Tong follow him out of the mountain. Soon, they walked out of the mountain and went further away. Let's really rest for a few days, Lin Tian said. He had cultivated the delusion breaker divine eye, and little Yi Tong had been fighting hard for the past few months. Now that he had reached the third level of the sea of consciousness, he felt that he could really relax. Previously, he had gone to see the mountains and rivers every few days, but that wasn't really a rest. It was all to accumulate experience for cultivating the delusion breaker divine eye. Now he took little Yi Tong on foot and went on a real sightseeing tour. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. On this day, 2 people and a crocodile walked to a grassland. The breeze blew the grass, making a whistling sound. Little Yi Tong pulled up a blade of grass from the ground and held it in her mouth like Lin Tian did last time. Then she pulled up 2 more and handed them to Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile. Master, Uncle Crocodile here. The little girl was 5 years old. She was very cute with a blade of grass in her mouth. Lin Tian chuckled. He took the blade of grass from the little girl and put it in his mouth. For a moment, he looked very relaxed. Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips and also took the blade of grass from the little girl. After a pause, he simply bit it and swallowed it. Lin Tian chewed on the blade of grass. His steps were very gentle. The black hair in front of his forehead fluttered in the breeze. He looked a little elegant. I've already rested for 3 days. I have to continue cultivating and reach the half-step enlightenment realm. Then I'll rush to the enlightenment realm in one go. He muttered to himself in his heart. Not long ago, he obtained a reality-developing elixir. As long as he entered the half-step enlightenment realm, he could rely on this elixir to directly enter the enlightenment realm without any side effects. At that time, his strength would undergo another great transformation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold light appeared in the distant sky. It was extremely cold. A black arrow rushed out from a mountain a few hundred feet away. It was like a comet with a tail. Its speed was extremely fast, and it directly pierced between Lin Tian's eyebrows. The killing intent was bone-piercing. The divine power was terrifying. Lin Tian's expression changed. This arrow came too fast and was extremely terrifying. Even now he could kill an elite of the second heaven of enlightenment realm. At this moment, a sense of death rose in his heart. It was as if the god of death was closing in. He did not have time to completely dodge. He used his left hand to backhand palm and gently pushed away Whooshing Crocodile and little Yitong beside him. His body leaned to one side to avoid the vital point between his eyebrows. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and clawed at the incoming arrow. Pooh! The black arrow pierced through his right hand. Immediately after, it pierced through his chest, leaving behind a glaring trail of blood. Master! Little Yitong was very anxious. She couldn't help but cry out in fear. Tears almost fell. This was the first time she saw her master get injured. His chest was pierced through, and fresh blood was dripping. Whoosh! The peerless killing light appeared once more. In the distant mountains, another black arrow shot over. It was like a prideful true dragon, and its speed became even faster. It was still aimed straight at the space between Lin Tian's brows, shattering inch by inch along the way. This powerful arrow was even more terrifying than the first arrow. It was swift and fierce. If it really hit between the eyebrows, it would definitely be a one-hit kill. It would immediately shatter one's divine sense and divine soul. There was absolutely no possibility of survival. Lin Tian's body suddenly felt cold. He clearly felt the terror of this arrow. It was like the arrow of death, as if it could destroy everything. However, even though he felt the terror of this arrow, he wasn't afraid. The golden divine light around his body surged as he stepped on the yin and yang liang to move. He moved more than 30 meters away by a hair's breadth and avoided this arrow with difficulty. However, in the next moment, his expression changed again. The black arrow that he avoided actually changed its direction. As if it had its own consciousness, it closed in on him again. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Pooh! Glaring blood splashed out. The terrifying arrow directly pierced through his chest and dragged his body into the distance. Master! Little Yitong was even more anxious. Seeing Lin Tian get injured again, her eyes became wet. Lin Tian was sent flying. Blood splashed out from his chest. He only felt that his internal organs were shattered. A heart-wrenching pain spread throughout his body. His flying body could not be stabilized for a moment. Whoosh! 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 The ear-piercing sound of the arrow resounded through the sky. This time, a total of 3 black arrows rushed out from the distant mountain. They were faster and more powerful. In the blink of an eye, they appeared beside Lin Tian, who had not yet stabilized his body. They respectively aimed at Lin Tian's head, the space between his eyebrows, and the origin of his abdomen. They were extremely ruthless. Any one of them would be enough to kill him instantly. It could be seen that the person who attacked from the distant mountain was very terrifying. His cultivation was definitely in the realm of enlightenment. Moreover, he was very good at the way of killing. He grasped the timing of his attack very well. When Lin Tian had not stabilized his body, the arrows were shot out. The 3 black sword lights arrived in the blink of an eye. They were all aimed at the vital parts of the human body. It was a sure-kill situation. Moreover, it was very obvious that this person was clearly waiting here for the sake of killing Lin Tian. The Whooshing Crocodile growled. Seeing that Lin Tian was in a sure-kill situation, the 5 colored wings on his back shook. The 5 elements Dao rushed out wildly and rushed towards Lin Tian. Whoosh! The cold light was terrifying. In the distant mountain, another black arrow approached and shot towards the Whooshing Crocodile. Moreover, after this black arrow, another black arrow rushed out and mercilessly pierced towards little Yitong. The Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed. It was immediately furious. At this moment, it gritted its teeth and turned around. It pounced towards the killing arrow that was piercing towards little Yitong. It did not even have time to pay attention to the killing arrow that was piercing towards itself. At this moment, it displayed the 5 elements Dao. Its demonic power was vast and mighty, but its expression was very ugly. Its face was full of anxiety. It could not catch up with the speed of the killing arrow that was shooting towards little Yitong. Damn it! It roared angrily and madly increased its speed. and almost at the same time in another direction, Lin Tian's chest was overflowing with blood. He had already been forced to the front by the 3 killing arrows. It was already impossible to dodge. Ordinary people, even if it was a powerhouse of the third sky of enlightenment, would definitely suffer. However, there was no fear in his eyes. His gaze was deep and cold. His eyes changed in an instant. A dragon-patterned ring appeared on each of his pupils. He directly opened the delusion breaker divine eye. In just a moment, the heaven and earth became incomparably bright. The attack trajectory of the 3 black killing arrows that had already rushed in front of him became extremely clear. He opened the delusion breaker divine eye and could clearly see it. Swoosh! His figure flashed. With a sound of breaking through the air, he directly broke away from the encirclement of the 3 black killing arrows. He appeared beside Yi Tong and the whooshing crocodile by a hair's breadth. Both of his hands reached out, one left and one right, to grab the black arrow radiance that was shooting towards the person and the crocodile. The golden divine light surged and shattered the 2 arrow radiance. The whooshing crocodile was suddenly startled. Boy, you! The 3 black killing arrows just now were extremely terrifying. They seized the perfect opportunity to kill Lin Tian. They had already closed in on Lin Tian. In that kind of situation, even a powerhouse of the third sky of enlightenment would not be able to avoid it. It was very likely that he would suffer. It did not expect that Lin Tian actually broke away from that kind of situation and rushed over with extreme speed. He also shattered the 2 black killing arrows that were shooting towards it and little Yi Tong. Almost at the same time, a soft sound of surprise faintly came from the distant mountain. It also seemed to be a little surprised. However, in the next moment, the peerless killing intent appeared again. Swish! 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 The sound of air breaking reverberated. This time, a total of 5 black arrow lights rushed over. Each of them was extremely terrifying. Moreover, their auras seemed to blend together, confining the space in all directions and covering every vital part of Lin Tian's body. Boy Lin, be careful! If Lord Crocodile's guess is correct, the person who secretly made the move should be from the great extinguishing God dynasty. This bloodline enters the Tao through killing. It's very terrifying, whooshing crocodile said in a low voice. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. On his pupils, the dragon patterns intertwined into a ring shape as if they were engraved. It also looked like an innate Tao pattern. Although the 5 black arrow lights rushing over were very terrifying, he could see their attack trajectory clearly. He could also see the thinnest weakness of each arrow light. He immediately shook his right hand and slashed out 5 towering heaven sword auras. Clang! The 5 towering heaven sword auras were powerful. Together with his divine eyes of illusion breaker, they slashed at the thinnest weakness of each of the 5 arrow lights. At the same time, he turned his back to whooshing crocodile and asked, "What is the great extinguishing God dynasty?" Chapter 973. Listening to whooshing crocodile's words, Lin Tian frowned immediately. Great extinguishing divine dynasty? An assassin organization? The 9th heaven? He said, "In the 9th heaven, only the desolate shrine seems to have a grudge against me. The desolate shrine wouldn't invite others to kill me, right?" Who said, "It's the desolate shrine?" Whooshing crocodile said, "Think about it yourself. Who wants you dead the most recently?" Lin Tian Wei paused for a moment. The 5 great immortal sects, including the coiling dragon Holy Gate and the 3 great sections. After saying that, he shook his head again. It shouldn't be. Among the 8 great sects, the 5 great immortal sects are the most powerful. But according to the rumors, the strongest person in their sect is only at the 4th heavenly layer of enlightenment realm. They can't reach the 9th heaven, so they can invite the great extinguishing divine dynasty. Who told you that you have to go to the 9th heaven to invite the great extinguishing divine dynasty to kill someone? Whooshing crocodile said, This assassin organization is terrifying and mysterious. No one knows where they were founded, but some powerhouses and great forces have special ways to contact them. Even in the first heaven, they can contact the great extinguishing divine dynasty through a special method. Of course, the price of entrusting them to kill someone is very high. Ordinary people and forces can't afford it. Boom! It was also at this time that the 5 black arrows shot from the mountain collided with the 5 heaven-piercing sword astral slashes released by Lin Tian. Divine light burst out, and a destructive light mist spread in all directions. Then, in the destructive light mist, 5 black arrows shot out one after another. The killing power was still terrifying. Lin Tian frowned. The heaven-piercing sword astral slashes, coupled with the divine eye of Illusion Breaker, hit the weakest point of the 5 black arrows, but he didn't expect that the 5 arrows couldn't be destroyed. They should be arrows shot by divine weapons. Whooshing Crocodile quickly said, "Rumor has it that there is an immortal slaying bow among the divine weapons. It is a high-grade divine weapon and does not need arrows. Instead, it uses divine power to make arrows. The arrows it shoots are extraordinarily powerful and can pierce through anything. Moreover, the most shocking thing is that the arrow radiance shot out by this divine bow will not stop until it hits the target, unless a powerful force directly destroys the arrow radiance shot out, or the wielder of the divine bow stops the killing arrow with his own thoughts. The arrow will continue to attack on its own until it touches the target's blood. It is extremely terrifying." It stared into the distance and said, "It should be the arrow shot out by that divine bow." Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. There was no need for arrows. The arrows were made from divine power, and they would not stop until they were stained with the target's blood. It did sound like a very powerful divine weapon. Its divine might was astonishing, and its uses were unparalleled. Furthermore, he finally understood why the black arrow had changed direction on its own and pierced through him, even though he had clearly dodged it earlier. So that was what had happened. He stared at the 5 black arrows that were rushing towards him. His right hand shook as he observed with his delusion breaker divine eye. Then he directly propped up the 4-symbol seal. 2 layers of silver Tao diagrams of the 4 symbols pressed forward, enveloping the 5 black arrows and directly crushing them. "Protect the little guy," he said to Whooshing Crocodile. As he spoke, he stared at the mountain in the distance. The yin and yang ho flashed and followed the direction of the black arrow radiance. He crossed 100 feet in one step and appeared in the mountain in the blink of an eye. From afar, he saw a middle-aged man holding a black longbow in his hand. The bowstring was sparkling and translucent like silk. The body of the bow was engraved with all kinds of strange patterns that shone with faint light. His expression was cold. Without any superfluous movements, he took a step forward and directly swung his iron fist down. Dong! The golden iron fist pressed down on the sky. The void cracked and instantly shattered. The middle-aged man was covered in a black robe. Only his face could be seen. His eyes were as cold as ice and intertwined with a gloomy aura. "Xiao! Xiao! Xiao!" In front of him, the ground suddenly shattered. No less than a dozen black arrows rushed out. Their speed was unpredictable, and their killing power was astonishing. They completely enveloped Lin Tian. Lin Tian was moved. This black-robed man had actually set up a dozen killing arrows around the ambush arrows. At this time, they were all locked onto him. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out. The black-robed man also moved at this time. He held the bow in his left hand, and a short sword appeared in his right hand. He stabbed towards the space between Lin Tian's eyebrows. The short sword was exceptionally sharp. It stabbed upwards at an extremely tricky angle, like a bloodthirsty viper. It could be said that this was an excellent killing trap, using the black killing arrows that were set up beside him at the beginning to attack Lin Tian, disturbing Lin Tian's perception and covering every vital part of Lin Tian's body. Then, with the short sword behind, he stabbed towards the space between Lin Tian's eyebrows. It could be called a fatal trap. Even if a strong man of the third sky of Enlightenment realm came, he would die without a doubt. Lin Tian frowned. This black-robed man was really terrifying. His cultivation was at the second sky of Enlightenment realm. His attacking methods were incomparably experienced. They were fierce and ruthless. One after another, it was difficult to dodge. He was secretly shocked. However, although he was a little surprised, it was only for a moment. The next moment, the light in his opened eyes of the god of destruction became stronger. His pupils shook and captured all the trajectories of the dozens of killing arrows. He directly propped up the 4-symbol seal and completely crushed them. It was also at this time that a bone-piercing chill approached. The black-robed man held the short sword and attacked in front of Lin Tian, piercing straight towards him. This kind of attack used both speed and power to perfection. Even a strong man of the third sky of Enlightenment realm would find it difficult to escape. Clang! The short sword was extremely fast, like a poisonous dragon swimming past. The tip of the sword directly approached the space between Lin Tian's eyebrows. The distance was less than half an inch. The extremely cold aura enveloped Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. The murderous intent was terrifying. Lin Tian's heart trembled, but his expression did not change. He was very calm under this sure-kill sword. The god of destruction saw through everything. His right hand bent and flicked lightly. A golden sword light struck horizontally, shaking off this sure-kill sword. The black-robed man was like a dark pool, and he was like the god of death that moved through the world. Under the circumstances that the bow and sword were unable to kill Lin Tian, he immediately stopped attacking and retreated decisively like a wisp of smoke, and his speed was shockingly swift. "Want to leave?" Lin Tianling said. He moved with the yin and yang robe. His speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the black-robed man and slammed his palm down. However, it was also at this moment that the black-robed man disappeared silently. His figure was no longer there, and his aura was no longer there. It was as if he had turned into air, as if he had never appeared. Whooshing crocodile carried little Yi Tong, and ascended to the sky at this time. Seeing this scene, he hurriedly transmitted his voice. The great extinguishing god dynasty pays attention to killing with one blow. They mainly use sneak attacks. They cultivate a very advanced divine concealment technique, which can assist in assassination. They can also quickly escape after the assassination fails. They completely hide their figure and aura. He used that divine concealment technique. Lin Tian heard whooshing crocodile's transmission. In fact, he did not care about the disappearance of the black-robed man's figure and aura. The god of destruction shook slightly, and wisps of light mist flowed. It directly saw through everything. In an instant, he captured the black-robed man's figure and stepped to his side. Clang! The stone vein sword appeared in his hand. The power of a high-grade divine weapon intertwined, and he directly slashed at the black-robed man. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed. He clearly did not expect that Lin Tian could actually see him clearly after he used the divine concealment technique. He had no choice but to turn around and counterattack. He used the short sword in his hand to meet Lin Tian's stone sword. Crack! Lin Tian's stone sword pressed down and directly broke the black-robed man's short sword. Moreover, a strong force vibrated through the broken short sword and landed on the black-robed man's body. With a bang, the black-robed man was knocked out of his position and flew horizontally. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes narrowed even more. He stared at Lin Tian and used the divine concealment technique again. He disappeared like a ghost and escaped into the distance, like a wisp of smoke. "You can't escape." Lin Tian's voice was cold. He opened his divine eyes of delusion breaker and saw through the black-robed man's essence. The divine concealment technique used by the black-robed man could not be hidden from him. He used the yin-yang puppet and instantly stepped forward. The stone sword in his hand shook, and he directly used all his strength to use the 3 styles of Ling Tian. With a clang, the sound of the sword shattered the sky. The 3 styles of Ling Tian transformed into a sword ray that flashed and jumped. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the black-robed man, sealing off all of his qi and escape routes. The black-robed man shook his divine bow. Using the divine bow as a weapon, he slashed out a cold qi to meet Lin Tian's 3 styles of Ling Tian. Poof! Blood splattered. The black-robed man flew horizontally. His body was full of cracks. If it were not for the fact that he had a high-grade divine weapon divine bow, his body would have been directly shattered by the 3 styles of Ling Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He took a step forward, and the stone sword in his hand shook again, slashing down horizontally. He had to bear with it. This black-robed man from the great extinguishing God dynasty was very scary. He was very good at the Tao of killing. It was as if killing was the Tao. If it were not for the fact that he had cultivated the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker, the 3 black arrows from before would have taken his life. Moreover, the dozens of black arrows that the black-robed man set up around him combined with the short sword could also make him suffer. Moreover, at this time, if he did not have the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker, he would not be able to see through his opponent's divine concealment technique. He would not be able to do anything to his opponent. At this time, his sword was merciless. The sword ray swallowed and spat, slashing straight at the black-robed man's head. The powerful sword of Ling Tian completely sealed all the space around the black-robed man, not giving him any chance to dodge. Clang! At this time, an ear-piercing sword sound came from outside the mountain. A blood-red sword ray appeared out of thin air, and its power was terrifying. A powerful sword, a frightening sword. It was as if it had slashed down from the eternal unknown. It was not aimed at Lin Tian, nor was it aimed at Wuxing Crocodile. Instead, it directly enveloped little Yi Tong, who was on Wuxing Crocodile's back, and went straight for the space between little Yi Tong's eyebrows. Obviously, there was more than one assassin from the great extinguishing God dynasty in this place. There were other experts hiding in the dark. They could tell that Lin Tian was very powerful and extraordinary. They also knew that Yi Tong was Lin Tian's disciple. At this time, they directly aimed their killing sword at little Yi Tong. They wanted to forcibly distract Lin Tian and create an opportunity for the black-robed man to retreat. "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. His divine eyes of Delusion Breaker saw through everything. He ignored the black-robed man and threw the stone sword in his hand out of the mountain. He flew up at an even faster speed and blocked the killing sword that was going for little Yi Tong. Almost at the same time, a cold voice came from the void in the distance. "Go." Obviously, the word "go" was said to the black-robed man. "Don't even think about leaving." Lin Tian said coldly. He stared in the direction of the voice. His divine eyes of Delusion Breaker saw through everything. He saw a gray-robed man who was using the divine concealment technique to hide in the void. He took a step forward and immediately activated the reincarnation scroll. At this moment, he was truly enraged. If he hadn't cultivated the Delusion Breaker divine eye, he would have been killed long ago. Moreover, the black-robed man and the gray-robed man both attacked little Yi Tong with peerless killing lights. Their attacks were ruthless and merciless, and it was unbearable for him. This was his first disciple. She was lively, sensible, well-behaved, and cute. A few months ago, she had suffered endless hardships. Her parents passed away, and her eyes were gouged out. Now that she had recovered with great difficulty, there was someone who was continuously targeting her with the killing light in front of him. Die! He opened his divine eyes of Delusion Breaker and increased his speed, like a golden lightning bolt. He appeared in front of the gray-robed man in one step. He blocked all his escape routes with the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker. The reincarnation scroll pressed down mercilessly. The gray-robed man was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Tian's speed to suddenly increase. In an instant, he was in front of him, who was at the second level of Enlightenment realm. Moreover, whether it was Lin Tian's reincarnation scroll or Lin Tian's eyes, they both made his heart palpitate. Boom! The reincarnation scroll pressed down and directly enveloped the gray-robed man. With a poof, he was crushed into pieces. His entire body and soul were destroyed. Whoosh! Chapter 974. The black-robed man was extremely fast. After using the divine concealment technique, he was thousands of feet away in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian tilted his head and stepped on the yin and yang hua. He instantly leaped over like a human-shaped bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, 3 breaths passed, and he caught up with the other party. He reached out his right hand and grabbed the other party. The black-robed man used the divine concealment technique again, and his body merged into the void, disappearing like a ghost. Even his aura was gone, and one's divine will couldn't detect him. It could be said to be a wonderful technique. "Get out," Lin Tianling said. Divine light lingered in his eyes and dragon patterns intertwined to form a ring. With a shake of his right hand, he slapped the void and forced the black-robed man out like a scarecrow. The black-robed man coughed up blood, and his pupils constricted again before he fled again. However, Lin Tian wouldn't give him a chance. The yin and yang hua flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him and punched him. Boom! At this moment, he threw out the Chaos Emperor's fist and crushed a large area of space on the spot. The black-robed man had no choice but to use a great technique to resist, transforming into a large snake that intertwined with dark and poisonous light. Pisht! With a soft sound, the large snake was shattered by Lin Tian's Chaos Emperor's fist. Afterwards, the power of the Chaos Emperor's fist did not stop and landed steadily on the black-robed man's body, shattering him on the spot. Blood stained the sky, and the divine bow in his hand rolled thousands of feet away, smashing dozens of huge cracks on the ground. It was enough to tell that the divine bow weighed at least a few thousand kilograms. The black-robed man let out a low roar, and his physical body reassembled. In the blink of an eye, he recovered and quickly used many mystical abilities. It was also at this time that Lin Tian directly lifted up the reincarnation scroll, and it mightily descended, directly enveloping the black-robed man, sealing off every corner of his surroundings. However, he did not use the reincarnation diagram to crush the other party for the time being. Instead, he shattered the powerful secret techniques that the other party had used, and used the king's territory mystical abilities to suppress the other party on the ground. "Who asked you to kill me?" He stared coldly at the black-robed man. From Wuxing Crocodile's reminder, Huang Xiaolong had guessed that the Dark Heart Sword Sect, Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, and the other 4 superpowers had sent the all-extinguishing God Dynasty to kill him. However, that was just a guess. Whether it was true or not, Huang Xiaolong wanted to confirm it. The black-robed man was suppressed under the reincarnation diagram. He tried a few times but was unable to move. His eyes immediately flashed with a ruthless and decisive light. Then, in the next moment, his body swelled and a violent wave spread out. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile's expression changed. He quickly said, "Kid, retreat quickly." He was about to self-destruct. With the myriad extinguishing God Dynasty's unique technique as a catalyst, he was already infinitely close to the point of destruction. No divine ability could stop him at this moment. Retreat! However, it was also at this time that the black-robed man was able to move with the help of the self-destruction. He directly reached out and grabbed Lin Tian's left arm. His strength was astonishing, and he locked Lin Tian to his side. Mission complete. Let's die together, he hissed. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile saw this scene, and his expression changed. He immediately flapped his 5-colored wings and quickly went to help Lin Tian. The black-robed man grabbed Lin Tian's left arm tightly. The aura of destruction became stronger and stronger, and a majestic hurricane swept out. It shook Wuxing Crocodile away. Damn it! Whooshing crocodile cursed. The black-robed man was at the second heaven of enlightenment. The power of self-destruction from a person at this level was not something that Whooshing crocodile, who was at the sixth heaven of the great path, could withstand. Crack! 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 The void collapsed inch by inch. Even though the black-robed man had not really self-destructed, the space here could not withstand such pressure. Lin Tian was grabbed by the black-robed man. He could naturally feel this terrifying power. If he really exploded, he would definitely die. There was no way to survive. However, his expression did not change at all. The divine eyes of Delusion Breaker intertwined with divine brilliance. He could clearly see the chaotic divine power flowing in the black-robed man's body at this moment. He directly pointed a finger at his chest and forcibly cut off the flow of divine power in his body. Suddenly, the black-robed man trembled. His body was like a shriveled balloon. The destructive aura disappeared without a trace in an instant, and he calmed down directly. In the distance, Whooshing crocodile immediately stared. The self-destruction of a cultivator at the second heaven of enlightenment was infinitely close to the critical point of self-destruction. Normally, it was absolutely impossible to stop it. However, Lin Tian forcibly interrupted the black-robed man's self-destruction with just a finger. The black-robed man showed a shocked expression for the first time. He looked at Lin Tian in shock. His self-destruction was about to be completed. It should be absolutely impossible to stop it. But now, Lin Tian interrupted him with just a finger. Lin Tian looked down at the black-robed man. It seems that it's impossible for you to say who commissioned you. Let me see for myself. He stared at the black-robed man. A powerful divine consciousness surged out and entered the man's sea of consciousness. You're digging your own grave. The black-robed man's voice was emotionless. Almost in an instant, Lin Tian's divine consciousness entered the man's sea of consciousness and directly touched a divine rune. It was the Broken God rune. This kind of God rune was used to protect important information from leaking out. Once someone touched it, or if the person who planted the Broken God rune wanted to leak the information, the Broken God rune would explode by itself. At this time, the Broken God rune in the black-robed man's sea of consciousness was very bright. It was obviously planted by a real master of the great extinguishing God dynasty. Once it exploded, its power would definitely surpass the ordinary Broken God rune. Let's die together, the black-robed man said coldly. In the next moment, the Broken God rune shone brightly. His sea of consciousness, soul, and body exploded at the same time as if he was self-destructing. In an instant, terrifying fluctuations swept out in all directions. It was like a destructive torrent, shattering large pieces of space. Lin Tian's expression remained calm amidst this torrent of destruction. This was because he had already guessed that there might be something like the divine fragment rune in his opponent's sea of consciousness before he searched for his opponent's sea of consciousness. The great Tao reincarnation diagram that he had secretly prepared was directly drawn in front of him. Moreover, his body retreated like lightning. At the same time, while he was retreating, he opened the divine eye of delusion, which interweaved with a thicker light fog. He caught a glimpse of several figures in the black-robed man's sea of consciousness. They contained the unique auras of the three great sects, the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, and the other four great sections. Although they were vague, he couldn't be wrong. It's really them, he said coldly. At this time, the surrounding area was completely destroyed. A deep pit with a diameter of several hundred feet was on the ground. It was bottomless and it was terrifying. Whooshing crocodile flew over from afar. It stared at Lin Tian and said, "Brat, you're really heaven-defying. Even that didn't kill you." Lin Tian immediately wanted to slap it. What did it mean by "even that didn't kill you"? Do you know how to speak properly? Just as he was thinking about this, his Tao body suddenly shook violently. Cough! He coughed out a mouthful of essence blood and blood flowed out of his eyes. Little Yi Tong panicked. "Master!" Wuxing Crocodile was also shocked. "Are you still injured?" Both the man and the crocodile stared at him. "No." Lin Tian shook his head. The dragon-patterned rings in his eyes were very magical. "These eyes are too much of a burden on the body. This is the first time I've used them for such a long time. I overdid it." As he spoke, he closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, the dragon-patterned rings in his eyes had disappeared. Then he wiped away the blood that he coughed out and the blood that flowed out of his eyes. Hearing this, little Yi Tong and Wuxing Crocodile both heaved a sigh of relief. Wuxing Crocodile stared at Lin Tian's eyes and sighed. "Speaking of which, the divine eyes that you've cultivated are really terrifying. If it weren't for these divine eyes today, you would have died several times. Previously, you successfully avoided the 3 fatal black arrows, saw through the great extinguishing God dynasty's divine concealment technique, and interrupted the black-robed man's self-destruction. These were all because of these divine eyes, right?" "Yes, that's indeed the case." Lin Tian nodded. If he hadn't cultivated the delusion breaker divine eye, he would have died several times today. From this point, it could be seen that the assassin sent by the great extinguishing divine dynasty was extremely terrifying. He was too proficient in the way of killing. Under normal circumstances, he could even kill a person of the 4th sky of enlightenment realm with a sudden attack. As he spoke, he didn't stand still. Instead, he waved his right hand and grabbed the black divine bow that the black-robed man had dropped in the distance. He wiped off the black-robed man's spiritual imprint on it. Wuxing Crocodile stared at the divine bow, and its eyes lit up. "It really is the immortal slaying bow. This is a great treasure." It had been cultivating for many years and knew a lot of things. At this time, it could naturally recognize the immortal slaying bow at a glance. Lin Tian held this divine bow and observed it carefully. He discovered that the material of this divine bow was extraordinary. It was forged from the black meteorite divine metal, and the bowstring was also very unusual. It seemed to be forged from the spine of some extremely powerful strange beast. Furthermore, when he scanned it with his divine perception, he discovered that this divine bow was engraved with very powerful Tao patterns, both inside and outside. It was extraordinary. "Good bow," he praised, holding the black divine bow. His eyes couldn't help but light up. Now he had the Chaos Emperor fist and the Stone Vein sword in close combat. 4 long-range attacks. He had the immortal slaying bow. His combat strength had increased a little. He waved his right hand and put it away. At the same time, he also put away the upper-grade divine weapon, the Stone Vein sword. Wuxing Crocodile spoke again at this time and said, "How is it? How is it?" Although the black-robed man's spiritual sea and soul were destroyed by the broken divine runes, it felt that Lin Tian seemed to have found something with his divine eyes of illusion breaker. Lin Tian nodded. "You're right. It was indeed the Dark Heart Sword Sect and the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate." Wuxing Crocodile smiled proudly. "Listen to Lord Crocodile. You can't go wrong." After saying that, it was speechless. It looked at Lin Tiandao and said, "Speaking of which, you're really in big trouble this time. Once the great extinguishing God dynasty accepts a mission, they will definitely carry it out to the end. They won't give up until the target is killed. This time, they failed to assassinate you. I believe that not long after, there will be more powerful assassins coming. Sometimes when you're walking on the road, an ordinary wandering cultivator walking in front of you may be a powerful assassin from the great extinguishing God dynasty. It's impossible to guard against a sudden attack. What are you afraid of? Block soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir." Lin Tian was very calm. Wuxing Crocodile curled its lips. "You're very calm. You're overestimating them." Lin Tian said, "Overestimating my ass." Wuxing Crocodile looked at him. "Let me make it clear to you. This inheritance is crazy. As long as the client pays enough, they even dare to assassinate an emperor. Moreover, they have successfully killed an emperor before." Hearing this, Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. They even dared to assassinate an emperor and successfully kill one. What do you think? Otherwise, why would Lord Crocodile say that they're much more terrifying than the desolate shrine? Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips. Lin Tian. He suddenly felt very unhappy. Let's go and vent, he said. Vent. Whooshing Crocodile was a little suspicious and asked, What do you want to do? You set up such a troublesome enemy for me for no reason. What do you think I should do? Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Destroy them. Hearing this, Whooshing Crocodile immediately laughed. This is good. Lord Crocodile likes it. It stretched out its claws and pointed to the northeast of this place, saying, Go this way. The Dark Heart Sword Sect is in this direction. Start with the Dark Heart Sword Sect. With your current strength, destroying a sect like the Dark Heart Sword Sect is a piece of cake. After destroying the Dark Heart Sword Sect, then go to the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect and the Ink Feather Yuan Hall. As for the 5 major immortal sects like the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect, I guess you can't destroy them now. After all, there are powerhouses at the 4th sky of enlightenment in those few immortal sections. You can't deal with people of that level now. Humph. Lin Tianling laughed. Wait until I comprehend the eternal killing array and carve it with 180 killing array platforms. If I throw a dozen of them, can I destroy them? Whooshing Crocodile stared. Then its eyes lit up, and then it laughed. Kid, you're ruthless. It laughed loudly. It knew that the eternal killing array controlled by Lin Tian was very terrifying. Just a corner of it could kill 10 directions. At that moment, Whooshing Crocodile led the way, and Lin Tian took little Yi Tong. The 2 people and the crocodile went straight to the Dark Heart Sword Sect in the northeast. Soon, they were more than 10,000 feet away. Uncle, are we going to destroy a sect? Suddenly a laugh sounded. Chapter 975. Not only was Lin Tian moved by the sudden appearance of the white-clothed girl, but even Whooshing Crocodile was slightly taken aback. What a beautiful girl! It couldn't help but exclaim. It was an old monster that had lived for more than 1,000 years. For it to suddenly say such a thing, it was clear that the white-clothed girl's beauty was earth-shattering. Little Yi Tong blinked, looked at the girl, and said in a crisp voice, Big sister, you're so beautiful. The white-clothed girl looked at little Yi Tong and giggled. You are. Lin Tian looked at the girl and asked. This place was actually quite remote. For such a beautiful girl to appear here and ask, Uncle, are you going to exterminate a sect? Made him feel very strange. As he thought of this, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. After a pause, he figured out what was wrong. Uncle. Uncle again. He was very speechless. In the past, little Yi Tong had called him uncle. After all, she was 20 years younger than him. But this girl who suddenly appeared looked to be around 18. How could she call him uncle? He clearly looked very young, only in his 20s. Uncle, what's wrong? The white-clothed girl smiled sweetly. She was very familiar with Lin Tian. She moved to Lin Tian's side and stared at him. Lin Tian. On the other side, Whooshing Crocodile began to laugh maniacally. Brat Lin, just admit it. You're old. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. He really wanted to beat it. He took a deep breath and looked at the white-clothed girl who was curiously looking at him. He asked again, You are? The white-clothed girl looked at him. My name. You can say that. Lin Tian Ondao. Sorry, because of some special reasons I can't tell you this. However, I can tell you my other name. The girl's eyes were very beautiful. She blinked twice and giggled. I am the Divine King, Lin Tian. On the side, Whooshing Crocodile also widened its eyes and couldn't help but open its mouth. They had heard of gods, but they were only legendary existences. However, this girl in front of them actually called herself the Divine King. It was like a person suddenly telling them that he had been raising a big carp in the sand for 10 years. Hello, Divine King, Lin Tian said. He looked at the girl and giggled. He then added, "Divine King, goodbye." Saying this, he ignored the strange girl. He called Yi Tong and Whooshing Crocodile and walked towards the Dark Heart Sword Sect. "Ah, I really am the Divine King. The Divine King." The Five Elements crocodile was speechless. "Little girl, there should be a limit to your boasting. You don't even have a trace of quintessential essence in your body, and you're still a divine king." It had already scanned her with its divine sense. The girl was completely an ordinary person, but her temperament was a bit out of the ordinary. Perhaps she had seen other cultivators and read some notes about the cultivation world, so she knew about the legends of immortals and gods. Or perhaps this girl was a member of a cultivation family in this heaven realm and hadn't started cultivating yet. The girl curled her lips and didn't say anything. She quickened her pace and walked a few steps to Lin Tian's side, silently following him. Lin Tian stopped and frowned. "What are you doing?" "Following you," the girl said. "Following me? Why are you following me?" Lin Tian's brows furrowed even deeper. Suddenly, a problem girl appeared. She didn't even have a bit of true essence in her body, yet she claimed that she was a divine king. Now, she even said that she wanted to follow him. This made him speechless. He simply didn't know this girl. The girl paused and thought for a moment. Then she said, "In any case, I just want to follow you." Lin Tian. He didn't say anything else. Divine light overflowed and wrapped around little Yi Tong. Immediately, he rose into the air and slowly left the ground. The girl reacted quickly and hugged his arm. "Take me flying too," she said. "What are you trying to do?" Lin Tian frowned again. "Follow you," the girl said firmly. Lin Tian took a deep breath. The golden divine light in his body surged and turned into a gentle force that shook the girl away. Then he didn't stop. He wrapped little Yi Tong and quickly soared into the sky. Together with the Whooshing Crocodile, he flew into the distance. The girl watched as Lin Tian flew into the sky. As she watched, she bit her lower lip and squatted down. Lin Tian was flying into the distance. He turned his head slightly and saw the scene. He also saw a wronged expression on the girl's face, as if she was a little girl who had been bullied. He frowned slightly and couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He felt as if he had done something wrong. After a pause, he turned around and descended from the sky, arriving in front of the girl. "Aren't you the Divine King? You don't even know how to fly," he said. His voice was calm, but there was a hint of ridicule in it. When the girl saw Lin Tian walking back, the trace of grievance on her face disappeared. She quickly stood up. "My power is temporarily sealed. I can't use it now." With that said, the girl took a few steps forward and hugged Lin Tian's arm tightly. It was as if she was afraid that Lin Tian would disappear if she let go. "I want to follow you. Take me flying too." Lin Tian was speechless. He felt a headache coming on when he heard the girl say things like, "My power is temporarily sealed," and "I want to follow you. You have to fly with me," in a serious manner. What the hell was going on? "Master, just bring little big sister along. She doesn't look like a bad person," little Yi Tong said crisply at this time. Lin Tian glanced at little Yi Tong, then turned his head and looked at the Whooshing Crocodile. "Why are you looking at your grandpa crocodile? Take me if you want." The Whooshing Crocodile pursed his lips. Lin Tian frowned, looked at the girl again, and said, "I'm going to exterminate the sect. After this, if you follow me, you might be in danger." Although he didn't want the girl to follow him, what he said was the truth. Now, the great extinguishing god dynasty could send stronger assassins to assassinate him at any time. If she followed him, the girl might be in danger. "You're going to exterminate the sect." "I'm not afraid of danger," the girl said quickly. Her words were concise. Lin Tian was speechless. "I want to follow you." The girl hugged his arm tightly. She was very determined. "All right, kid, just let her follow." The Whooshing Crocodile spoke again. "There are many demonic beasts in this place. If you really leave her here, She might be swallowed by the demonic beasts quickly. Not even her bones will be left. Yes, yes. The girl nodded quickly. Lin Tian sighed and didn't say anything else. He simply stopped flying and walked towards the Dark Heart swordsmanship sect. The whooshing crocodile flapped its 5-colored wings and followed. Little Yi Tong also trotted to follow. The girl was not stupid. Obviously, she knew that Lin Tian agreed to let her follow. She quickly ran up and followed behind Lin Tian. Lin Tian walked slowly and didn't say anything else. Just like that, a day passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, 3 people and 1 crocodile appeared outside a group of immortal mountains. Looking around, there were many majestic halls. We're here. That's the Dark Heart swordsmanship sect, the whooshing crocodile said. Among the immortal mountains, the Dark Heart swordsmanship sect was very grand. There were many halls, all of which were built with extraordinary stones. At the same time, there was a strong aura of time intertwined. It was obvious that it had been passed down for a long time. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. With a slight movement of his mind, a black longbow appeared in his left hand. It was the deity-slaying bow that he obtained from the black-robed man who tried to assassinate him in the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. It was a top-level high-grade divine weapon. He took a step forward. Without any unnecessary movements, he held the bow in his left hand and pulled the string with his right. Suddenly, the golden divine power in his body surged. At the same time, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth also swept over. In the blink of an eye, the divine bow in his hand condensed into a golden arrow of divine light. A terrifying aura quickly intertwined. Good bow! The whooshing crocodile's eyes flashed with demonic light. He couldn't help but exclaim. Then he glanced at Lin Tiandao. Kid, you want to give the Dark Heart swordsmanship sect a gift? Of course. Lin Tiandao. He stared at the most magnificent divine pavilion in the Dark Heart swordsmanship sect from afar. He could vaguely see the words Dark Heart Sword Pavilion on it. It was obvious that this was the symbolic divine pavilion of the Dark Heart swordsmanship sect. He moved the arrow and aimed at the Dark Heart sword pavilion from afar. Then he released the bowstring with his right hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, with a shocking sound, the golden arrow flew away like a real dragon. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the Dark Heart swordsmanship sect and directly hit the Dark Heart sword pavilion in the middle. This magnificent pavilion that had existed for God knows how many years exploded on the spot. It shattered into pieces, and debris flew everywhere. Smoke and dust billowed. In an instant, the entire Dark Heart swordsmanship sect was alarmed. The Dark Heart sword pavilion is destroyed. What happened? What happened? The expressions of the disciples of the Dark Heart swordsmanship sect changed. They stared at the shattered Dark Heart sword pavilion in shock and anger. At the same time, the elders, the sect leader, the supreme elder, and the other big shots of the sect all rushed out. Who did this? The sect leader of the Dark Heart swordsmanship sect roared, his voice shaking the sky. The Dark Heart sword pavilion was the symbolic ancient building of the Dark Heart swordsmanship sect. It was very significant, but now it was destroyed just like that. How could he not be angry? Moreover, at this time, even the supreme elders of the sect, who were at the enlightened level, were angry. I did it. It was also at this time that a light voice rang out. Lin Tian brought little Yi Tong and the girl with him and flew over. They descended from the sky in the middle of the Dark Heart swordsmanship sect. Suddenly, the expressions of everyone in the sect changed. It's that person. He came to our sect. What does he want to do? The disciples of the Dark Heart swordsmanship sect trembled slightly. Even though this was the place where the Dark Heart swordsmanship sect was established, their eyes were still filled with fear and dread when they saw Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian had single-handedly destroyed the True Moon Immortal sect, which was more powerful than the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect. How could they not be afraid of him? Most importantly, the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect had chased after Lin Tian many times. At this time, Lin Tian, who had been chased by them many times, suddenly came here and directly stepped into their sect. How could this be a good thing? Chapter 976. Facing Lin Tian. Everyone in the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect felt fear in their hearts. Even the sect master and several supreme elders could not help but be moved. Their eyes were filled with fear. What do you want? One of the supreme elders of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect asked. Lin Tian stared at the person who spoke. You sent experts to kill me several times. You even joined forces with the other 7 sects to entrust the great extinguishing God dynasty to kill me. What do you think I want? Hearing this, the sect master and several supreme elders' expressions changed. The sect master could not help but cry out, "How did you know about this?" As he spoke, he seemed to realize that he had misspoken. His expression instantly turned ugly. Great extinguishing God dynasty. What's that? A force? What does he mean by entrusted? This? I don't know. The ordinary disciples of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect were puzzled. Obviously, ordinary people did not know about the existence of the great extinguishing God dynasty. Lin Tian smiled coldly at this moment. He stared at the sect master and several supreme elders. At the same time, he spoke to the entire Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect. Other than the sect master and supreme elders, the rest of the people in the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect can leave now. I won't kill you. After today, the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect will cease to exist. His voice was not loud, but it instantly spread throughout the entire Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect, causing everyone to tremble. You want to destroy our sect. Many of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect disciples panicked. The supreme elders of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect were shocked and furious. You want to destroy our Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect. Otherwise, do you think I'm here just to chat with you? Lin Tian's expression was calm. The several grand elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect clenched their fists, and their faces turned ashen. In fact, they could sense that Lin Tian's current cultivation was merely at the 9th heavenly layer of the Great Tao. If it was any other time, they would have slapped away Lin Tian's face. However, Lin Tian was too monstrous. With his cultivation in the 9th heavenly layer of the Great Tao, he was able to destroy the True Moon Immortal sect and kill a Wuxian expert from their sect, the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, and the rest of the 7 great sections. His battle strength could only be described as terrifying. Don't think that you can destroy our Dark Heart Sword sect just because you destroyed the True Moon Immortal sect. I have already secretly investigated. All the disciples and elders of the True Moon Immortal sect ran away from the sect out of fear. That was why you were able to destroy them. Don't think that my Dark Heart Sword sect is as cowardly as the True Moon Immortal sect. You are in our Dark Heart Sword sect. If we work together, we can exhaust him to death. The Dark Heart Sword sect master said coldly. Lin Tian tilted his head and appeared in front of the Dark Heart Sword sect master in a flash. The Dark Heart Sword sect master was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped the Dark Heart Sword sect master to the ground. Then he stepped on him. The sound of bones breaking resounded, and the Dark Heart Sword sect master let out a miserable scream. Sect master. The Dark Heart Sword sect's disciples trembled at the sight. The Dark Heart Sword sect still had 4 Wuxian realm grand elders, and they were furious. Junior. In their sect, a sect master being trampled on by someone else was an insult to the dignity of the entire Dark Heart Sword sect. Thus, even though they were a bit apprehensive of Lin Tian, they still stepped forward at this time, all of them displaying powerful divine abilities. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at them. With a buzzing sound, the reincarnation diagram rushed out from behind him and greeted them with a king's domain. Sizzling sounds rang out continuously. In the blink of an eye, the 4 Grand Elders' abilities were all crushed by the reincarnation diagram. Moreover, each of them was sent flying while coughing up blood. This scene shocked everyone in the Dark Heart Sword sect. Of the 4 Wujin realm experts in their sect, the first Grand Elder was in the 2nd level of Wujin realm. But now these 4 experts' abilities were all shattered by Lin Tian in one blow, and all 4 Grand Elders were injured. The Dark Heart Sword sect's disciples were all stunned. They had heard that Lin Tian had single-handedly annihilated the True Moon Immortal cult. They had also heard that Lin Tian had killed a Wujin realm expert from their sect, the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, and the other 6 great sections. However, when they saw Lin Tian sending 4 Wujin realm Grand Elders flying with a single strike, they couldn't help but shudder in fear. After all, hearing and seeing were 2 different feelings. That diagram. Someone stared at the reincarnation diagram above Lin Tian's head and couldn't help but tremble. It was as if he was facing a flawless heavenly treasure. The 4 Wujin realm elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect stabilized themselves in the distance. When they saw Lin Tian's diagram, they trembled and a huge pressure rose. Further away, the girl in white also looked at the reincarnation diagram above Lin Tian's head. Her beautiful eyes shone with a trace of reverence. Activate the sect's killing array. Activate the divine weapon. A Grand Elder of the Dark Heart Sword sect roared. The 4 Grand Elders raised their hands and began to form seals. Buzz! Above Lin Tian's head, the reincarnation diagram trembled. An array of divine light swept across like a ripple, sweeping towards the 4 Grand Elders. You! Bang! 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 In an instant, the 4 Grand Elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect were sent flying, and each of them coughed up blood. You guys are not enough. Lin Tian's voice was indifferent. As soon as he finished speaking, the clanging of swords rang out. Dense amounts of towering sword force rushed out from his body, enveloping the entire Dark Heart Sword sect in the blink of an eye. The terrifying towering sword force shattered the space around it. It was a shocking sight. In an instant, the disciples of the Dark Heart Sword sect trembled again. At this moment, these people stared at the dense high heaven sword aura in the sky and felt the threat of death. It was as if the god of death had grabbed their throats. Everyone below the rank of Sect Master, Tranquil Heart, and Grand Elder, retreat within 10 breaths. Otherwise kill. Lin Tian's voice was very calm. As soon as he finished speaking, the dense high heaven sword aura in the sky hummed in unison, as if it was demonstrating its power. It instantly shattered the void. That scene was as if it was going to shatter everything in the world. In an instant, the fierce killing sword aura enveloped the entire Dark Heart Sword sect. The oppressive aura spread to every corner. The ordinary disciples of the Dark Heart Sword sect trembled. In the end, there were people like the True Moon Immortal sect who fled out of the Dark Heart Sword sect at an extremely fast speed. With the first, there would naturally be a second and a third. In the blink of an eye, the disciples of the Dark Heart Sword sect fled one after another. Even some of the great Dao realm elders were no exception. These people had seen with their own eyes how Lin Tianyi had sent the 4 Grand Elders of their lineage flying. The 4 Grand Elders of their lineage could not even activate the sect guarding formation and could not even use their sect guarding divine weapon. This caused them to feel fear in their hearts. At this moment, Lin Tian had enveloped the entire Dark Heart Sword sect with boundless destructive sword aura, giving them a chance to leave. Why would ordinary people stay? After all, they only had one life. These people did not want to die, and were afraid of death. Moreover, these people all had the same thought. Lin Tian, who had killed his way to the Dark Heart Sword sect, was too powerful. Even if they stayed to resist, it would be useless. They would only be crushed like ants. Since that was the case, why stay? Swoosh! 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 With the sound of the air being torn apart, the disciples of the Dark Heart Sword sect scrambled to escape. Such a scene caused the 4 enlightened realm grand elders of their lineage to become even more furious. One of them roared, "You dare to betray us like this! Stop and come back!" With this voice, some of the disciples of the Dark Heart Sword sect who were fleeing trembled. They all stopped in their tracks. Clearly, they were very afraid of the grand elders of their lineage. Humph! Lin Tianling laughed. With a hum, the reincarnation diagram above his head trembled. Once again, a divine light rippled out, directly sending the grand elder of the Dark Heart Sword sect, who had spoken flying. Bright red blood splattered across the sky. In the end, they don't have a sense of belonging to the sect. That's why they're leaving now. They're greedy for life and afraid of death. That's wrong. But as the leaders of the sect, you can't let the disciples have a sense of belonging to the sect. That's even more wrong. He said, "You!" The faces of the grand elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect turned ashen. For a moment, they couldn't find any words to refute. Lin Tianling snorted and swept his gaze across the ordinary disciples of the Dark Heart Sword sect. "Why aren't you leaving?" Since he started cultivating, he had killed many people. However, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. When he came here, if these disciples of the Dark Heart Sword sect wanted to kill him, he would kill them directly. However, these people didn't. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't be ruthless to them. As for the grand elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect, they had sent experts to kill him. They had joined forces with the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other 7 great sects to ask the all-extinguishing God Dynasty to kill him. These people were obviously involved. He wouldn't show any mercy to them. The disciples of the Dark Heart Sword sect trembled. They looked at the several grand elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect fearfully. Then they looked at the grand elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect, who was under Lin Tianling's foot and couldn't struggle free. One by one, they turned around and rushed out. In less than 10 breaths, all the ordinary disciples and elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect had retreated. In the entire Dark Heart Sword sect, there were only 4 grand elders and the Dark Heart Sword sect's grand elder under Lin Tianling's foot. At this time, the 5 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. There was shock, anger, and fear. Lin Tianling lowered his head and looked at the Dark Heart Sword sect's grand elder under his foot. There was a hint of mockery in his voice as he said, "Your so-called cooperation of the entire Dark Heart Sword sect. Does it exist?" The Dark Heart Sword sect's grand elder's face was ugly, and he was humiliated and unwilling to accept the result. "You, Clang." Chapter 977. Blood splattered on the ground, dyeing it red. It was a ghastly sight. For a moment, the 4 supreme elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect were all shocked. The sect master of the Dark Heart Sword sect was killed so easily. "You!" The 4 of them stared at Lin Tian with ugly expressions. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the 4 of them. "It's your turn," he said. As his words fell, the dense killing swords in the sky trembled. The tips of the swords were sharp, emitting an ear-piercing sound. The 4 supreme elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect trembled again. They gathered together and quickly formed a seal, preparing to summon the sect guarding array. "Don't waste your energy. Your sect guarding array is already asleep." Lin Tian spoke at this time. He had been in the Dark Heart Sword sect for some time. With his strength as a rank 7 array manipulator and his mastery of the Heavenly One Soul technique, he had long made the sect guarding array of the Dark Heart Sword sect temporarily enter a dormant state. The four supreme elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect felt their hearts skip a beat. They all formed seals to sense and found that they really could not get in touch with the sect guarding array. Damn it! Summon the divine weapon. This time we must summon it, one of them growled. As they formed seals, they stared at Lin Tian vigilantly to prevent being interrupted by Lin Tian like before. After 3 breaths, they finally summoned a black broadsword from the depths of the Dark Heart Sword sect. This was a low-grade divine weapon. The moment it appeared, it emitted an extremely strong sword aura, enveloping the space around it. You want to destroy my Dark Heart Sword sect? It's not that easy. The 4 of them stared at Lin Tian. The low-grade divine weapon was high in the sky. Under the combined power of the 4 Enlightenment-level powerhouses, the sword aura was amazing, giving them some confidence at this moment. You think too highly of yourself. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. A stone sword rushed out of his body, and an even stronger sword aura immediately suppressed the sword aura of the black broadsword. High-grade divine weapon. The 4 supreme elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect were shocked again. Lin Tian's mind moved. The stone sword above his head aimed at the black broadsword and slashed straight down. In an instant, with a cracking sound, the black broadsword of the Dark Heart Sword sect shattered. All of a sudden, the 4 supreme elders trembled in fear. Their eyes were filled with fear. They had low-grade divine weapons, but who would have thought that Lin Tian actually had a high-grade divine weapon? With a single sword strike, he had shattered their trump cards. At this moment, they finally understood why the True Moon Immortal sect was destroyed by Lin Tian. Lin Tian was not only strong, but also had a high-grade divine weapon. Clang! Lin Tian raised his hand, and the sound of a sword rang out. The towering heavens, sword force in the sky vibrated. This sword aura was extremely terrifying, causing the 4 supreme elders to feel a chill run down their spines. You really want to destroy my Dark Heart Sword sect. The 4 of them gritted their teeth. You asked for it. Lin Tian said coldly, if someone gave him a drop of water, he would return the favor with an ocean. If someone stabbed him with a knife, he would stab them back twice. This was his principle. These people had sent experts to kill him several times, and even asked the great, extinguishing, godly dynasty to kill him. They had created such a troublesome enemy for him. So how could he let them go? If he let them go, it would be cruel to himself. Repay kindness with kindness, and repay hatred with hatred. It was that simple. He raised his right hand and slowly pressed it down. Clang! In the sky, the densely packed, towering heavens sword intent descended like a rain of destructive swords. The 4 supreme elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect roared in anger as they each used their powerful divine powers to resist the great Tao. However, the High Heaven Sword Scripture was a supreme ancient technique of the Sword Exalt. How could the sword light that Lin Tian slashed out with such an ancient technique be so easy to block? The powerful abilities and laws of ways that the 4 great elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect cast out were shattered in the blink of an eye. Uft! 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 Blood splattered. In the face of the dense, towering heavens sword radiance. Even though the 4 of them had powerful cultivations and were at the Enlightenment realm, they were still in great trouble as their bodies were pierced through. Retreat! The first supreme elder gritted his teeth and roared. At this time, this person clearly saw how powerful Lin Tian was. He was too monstrous. With their strength, it was difficult to resist him. At this time, they wanted to escape. At the same time, the other 3 supreme elders also nodded. Their faces were pale as they fled into the distance. After all, where there was life, there was hope. However, just as they moved, the space trembled violently. You can't leave. Lin Tian's voice sounded. Above his head, the reincarnation diagram was drawn. The great Tao surged, and in the blink of an eye, it intertwined into the reincarnation diagram of the great Tao, directly suppressing the surroundings. With a thought, the reincarnation diagram pressed down on the four people like a boundless river of stars. The four supreme elders of the dark heart swordsmanship sect trembled, and deep fear appeared in their eyes. At this moment, in the face of Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram of the great Tao, they suddenly felt as insignificant as dust and gravel. Fellow cultivator, please stop. Everything is negotiable. We can ask the great extinguishing god dynasty to stop the mission to assassinate you. The first supreme elder of this lineage trembled and said quickly. At the same time, the other three supreme elders also spoke and quickly said similar words to the first supreme elder. All of this was because the reincarnation diagram of the great Tao that Lin Tian summoned at this time was too powerful. It sealed off all directions, making them unable to escape. A real sense of death rose in their hearts. Stop the mission? In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile sneered. Once the great extinguishing god dynasty accepts the mission, there is no such thing as stopping it. Even if the mission client requests to stop it, it will not work. Do you think Lord Crocodile doesn't know about this? Hearing this, the four supreme elders of the dark heart swordsmanship sect trembled. You! They looked at Wuxing Crocodile. Clearly, they did not expect that a great Tao realm crocodile demon would know so much about the great extinguishing god dynasty, an assassin organization. Enough. Disappear. An indifferent voice sounded. Lin Tian looked at the four of them. With a thought, the reincarnation diagram of the great Tao pressed down directly. Suddenly, the void collapsed inch by inch and shattered bit by bit. This was his most powerful technique, his most powerful divine art. At this moment, this technique enveloped the four of them, not giving them any chance to resist at all. Poof! 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 For streaks of blood, mist exploded. None of the four supreme elders blocked it. All of them were crushed, and their divine souls disappeared together with them. For a moment, the place fell silent. Take away their foundation and accumulation, Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Of course. They entered the depths of this vein and handed over all the ancient scriptures, artifacts, Baodan, precious medicines, and Lingjing of the Dark Heart swordsmanship sect. Among them there were many ancient scriptures and secret arts, more than 100 Tao weapons, and countless immortal artifacts. The Baodan was also quite a lot, which could be considered a small treasure of the sect. Only the amount of Lingjing surprised Lin Tian. It was only 700,000 kilograms. That's strange. The Dark Heart swordsmanship sect is not weak. Why is there only 700,000 kilograms of Lingjing? He felt that it was a little strange. Wuxing Crocodile thought for a moment and said, It should be because they spent a lot of money entrusting the great extinguishing god dynasty to assassinate you. Hearing this, Lin Tian could not help but nod. That should be the case. He put away all the treasures of the Dark Heart swordsmanship sect and then came to the center of the sect. Dragon marks spread out from the soles of his feet, shattering the layer of earth. Soon, a dense immortal aura intertwined. It was very dense. As far as the eye could see, one could vaguely see 32 spirit dragons entwined together under the collapsed soil. The scene was slightly magnificent. 32 immortal veins. Not bad, Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian moved. Even more dragon patterns interweaved, using powerful dragon techniques to compress the 32 immortal veins, turning them into 32-inch-long little dragons. Then he sealed them with dragon patterns and stored them in his stone ring. Let's go. After doing all this, he said, he wrapped the white-clothed girl and little Yitong in divine light and soared into the sky of the Dark Heart swordsmanship sect. Then, dense sword lights flew out of his body again and fell like rain, completely destroying the place where the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect was founded. After that, he really left. Soon he was very far away from the place where the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect was founded. Go to the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect. Whooshing Crocodile chuckled. Lin Tian nodded calmly. Under Whooshing Crocodile's guidance, it did not take long for them to arrive at the place where the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect was founded. Looking around, the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect and the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect had the same aura. They were both located in a group of immortal mountains with hazy immortal veins. Lin Tian came here and did not hide anything. He directly soared into the sky and descended from the sky of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect. This is... that person... Suddenly, the disciples and attendants of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect were alarmed. At the same time, the sect master and supreme elder of the sect stepped out together. When they saw Lin Tian, their faces changed. "Why are you here?" The sect master's face changed. "I allowed you to send experts to kill me. I allowed you to ask the great extinguishing God dynasty to assassinate me. Why can't I come here?" Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. When these words came out, the sect master and supreme elders of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect were shocked. "How did you know?" The sect master of this branch was shocked, and even the grand elders were moved. Lin Tian smiled and used the divining divine technique. Various divining divine elephants appeared and pressed down on the sect master and supreme elders of the sect. At the same time, he spread out his voice like he did in the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect. "Sect master and supreme elders of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect, retreat and leave the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect. Otherwise kill." His voice was very calm. In the blink of an eye, it spread across the entire Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect, causing the disciples of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect to tremble. The sect master and supreme elders of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect were shocked and angry. Facing Lin Tian's divining divine elephants, they did not hesitate and directly attacked. They opened the sect's protective array and took out their divine weapons. At the same time, they also used their own sect's various great techniques to cover Lin Tian. No one dared to underestimate Lin Tian. However, facing the current Lin Tian, their resistance and attacks were a little weak. It was not enough. Today, the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect will be removed from the sect. Lin Tian was very calm. As soon as he finished speaking, a sonorous sound rang out. The high-grade divine weapon level stone vein sword slashed out and directly destroyed the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect's protective array. After that, he took out the Great Tao Reincarnation Diagram. The intimidating divine diagram surged up and immediately enveloped the sect leader of the Blood Rainbow Sect and the few grand elders of this lineage. Chapter 978. The Great Tao Reincarnation Diagram was Lin Tian's most powerful divine art, and its power was beyond doubt. The sect master and supreme elder of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect were shrouded in it, and they had no ability to resist at all. In the blink of an eye, they were all crushed into blood mist. Without exception, their bodies and souls were destroyed. Sect master, supreme elders, this? How could this be? In the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect, the ordinary disciples were trembling in fear. Their sect leader, their supreme elder of the Wujin realm, were all killed in a single blow. For them, this was undoubtedly a nightmare. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the disciples of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect. Suddenly, facing Lin Tian's gaze, the ordinary disciples and deacons of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect trembled in fear. I'll go now. Someone shouted in fear and directly rushed out of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect. Soon after, the other disciples, deacons, and ordinary elders all started to move in a hurry. All of them had fearful expressions as they rushed out of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect. At this moment, it was as if all of them wished that they could grow 2 more legs. Lin Tian looked at these people leaving and did not say anything. He walked towards the depths of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect. Not long after, he collected the ancient scriptures, artifacts, Baodan, Lingjing, and other treasures of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect. The Lingjing of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect was almost the same as the Dark Heart Swordsmanship Sect. There were only a few 100,000 genes left, which was less than the ant tribe in the fourth heaven. It seems like the Dark Heart Swordsmanship Sect, Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect, Inkfeather Origin Hall, and Coiling Dragon, Holy Gate have all sent out a lot of Lingjing. At least a few million genes of Lingjing were sent to the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty to kill you, Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian was slightly surprised when he heard this. The reward for the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty is so high, a few million kilograms of Lingjing was nothing to the current him because he cultivated the Dragon Burial Scripture and reached the 9 heavens of the Great Tao. With his cultivation level and the Dragon Burial Scripture, it was not difficult to find a few million kilograms of Lingjing. However, for ordinary inheritances and cultivators, this was a bit shocking. It could definitely be considered a super immortal treasury. Of course, I told you before that the price of hiring the all-extinguishing God Dynasty to kill someone is very high. Ordinary people and ordinary forces definitely can't afford it. Wuxing Crocodile said, however, the reason why the price to assassinate you is several million Lingjing is related to your own strength. It's obvious that the all-extinguishing God Dynasty has gathered a lot of information about you through the 8 great sections. To be honest, the assassins sent by this branch to assassinate you are definitely elites. If it weren't for the sudden change in your cultivation of the Delusion Breaker Divine Eye after accepting the mission, their assassination would have been very successful. Lin Tian nodded because that was the truth. He came to the center of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect and used the dragon patterns to break open the ground. He took out all the immortal veins under the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect. There were a total of 32 immortal veins. He compressed them into 32 small dragons with the Dragon Burial Scripture and put them away. The girl in white stood at the side and stared at Lin Tian from beginning to end. Her eyes were filled with a strange light. Lin Tian could naturally feel it. He tilted his head and looked at her. "Why are you staring at me? Is there a flower on my face?" The girl shook her head and said with a smile, "You're prettier than a flower." Lin Tian. He felt as if someone had punched his chest when he heard the girl say, "Prettier than a flower." He was very speechless. He didn't say anything else. The golden divine light spread out and enveloped the girl and little Yi Tong. They soared into the sky and destroyed the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect's place of establishment with a densely packed soaring heaven sword aura. Then they left and traveled far away in the blink of an eye. After that, he didn't stay any longer. Under the guidance of Wuxing Crocodile, he soon arrived at the MOU Yuan Palace. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Directly stepped into it. Then, not long after, the ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated. The disciples and deacons of the MOU Yuan Palace rushed out one after another and fled in fear. Damn it! A furious roar sounded in the MOU Yuan Palace. About 4 hours later, Lin Tian killed the current master of the MOU Yuan Palace and a few supreme elders of this branch. He kept all the foundation of the MOU Yuan Palace and took out all the 32 immortal veins. Then he used the densely packed soaring heaven sword aura to destroy the place of establishment of the MOU Yuan Palace, turning it into ruins. Then he walked away. Soon they were extremely far away from the MOU Yuan Palace. Kid Lin, the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect, and the other 4 immortal sects won't be easy to deal with. Don't go there for the time being, Wuxing Crocodile said. The Coiling Dragon Holy Sect and the other 4 immortal sects had a longer history than the Dark Heart, Sword Sect, and the other 3 great sections. There were many experts in the sect, and they had many tricks up their sleeves. Even if Lin Tian had cultivated the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker, it would be difficult to break through and escape. You said this before. Of course, I remember. Lin Tian said, I also said that after destroying the Dark Heart Sword Sect, Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect, and the MOU Yuan Palace, I will immediately go into seclusion to comprehend the Eternal Killing Formation. He snorted coldly. Wait until I master the Eternal Killing Formation and carve 50 Eternal Killing Formation platforms. I don't believe that I can't destroy them. The Coiling Dragon Holy Sect, the other 4 Immortal Sects, and the Dark Heart Sword Sect had jointly entrusted the all-extinguishing God Dynasty to assassinate him. If he hadn't cultivated the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker during that period of time, he would have really died. Even Wuxing Crocodile and Little Yi Tong would have been killed along with him. Moreover, even if he had successfully avoided the all-extinguishing God Dynasty's first assassination attempt, he would have to face even more powerful assassins sent by the all-extinguishing God Dynasty. It could be said that he was in danger of being assassinated at any time. These immortal sects had brought him so much trouble and created such a huge enemy for him. How could he tolerate it? Wuxing Crocodile chuckled. That's how it should be. They walked in a direction. After a few hours, they found an extremely remote mountain that was uninhabited. I'll start comprehending the formation. It will take about 10 days. During this process, don't get too close to me. Lin Tian said as he walked to a large rock in the mountain. During the process of comprehending the Eternal Killing Formation, terrifying killing intent would spread out. If the group stayed too close to him, they could be injured by this killing intent. Don't worry. Wuxing Crocodile clearly understood. Lin Tian nodded. After taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the Eternal Killing Formation in his sea of consciousness. This killing formation was created by the Formation Emperor, Heavenly Sovereign, and it was the culmination of his life's achievements in Array Dao. Its divine might was boundless. Previously, he had only controlled a corner of it, but it had helped him kill many experts who were far stronger than him. It was one of his strongest trump cards. At this time, if he wanted to destroy the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect and the other 4 Immortal Sects, it wouldn't be as easy as destroying the Dark Heart Sword Sect and the other 3 Immortal Sections. He would have to rely on this Eternal Killing Formation. Moreover, the more he could control this Eternal Killing Formation, the more he would be able to travel the world in the future. It could be said that this was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 1. As he comprehended the Eternal Killing Formation, the One Heavenly Soul incantation automatically circulated. Faint soul light seeped out of his body, crystal clear and pure. Wuxing Crocodile, Little Yi Tong, and the white-robed girl all distanced themselves from Lin Tian, standing dozens of feet away. The young girl stared at Lin Tian, her beautiful eyes unblinking. She looked very serious. Little girl, why do you keep staring at Brat Lin? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Since the white-robed girl appeared, her gaze had been fixed on Lin Tian, and she didn't look away. That's right, little sister. Why do you keep staring at Master? Little Yi Tong also spoke. The young girl retracted her gaze from Lin Tian, and her beautiful big eyes looked at Wuxing Crocodile and Little Yi Tong. She didn't feel embarrassed at all, and she didn't say anything. A playful smile hung on her fairy-like face. Wuxing Crocodile. Who the hell are you? Why did you suddenly jump out? Why do you have to follow Brat Lin? It spoke again, frowning as it asked. From the moment it saw the young girl until now, Lin Tian had destroyed the Dark Heart Sword Sect, the Bloody Rainbow Immortal Sect, and the Ink Feather Origin Hall, killed dozens of Wuxin experts, and seized dozens of immortal veins from the 3 big sections. Even an ordinary Wuxin expert would be shocked. But this young girl seemed very calm throughout the process, and she didn't look surprised at all. This made it, an old monster that didn't like to think, feel more and more strange. It felt that this young girl was a bit abnormal. The young girl tilted her head, looked at Wuxing Crocodile, paused, and said, I must follow him. Whooshing crocodile. Hearing the young girl's words, it was speechless. In the end, it was too lazy to care. It looked at Lin Tian, who was comprehending the eternal killing formation. Over there, Lin Tian was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform with his eyes slightly closed. The soul light outside his body was becoming more and more intense. At the same time, an astonishing murderous aura gradually spread out. In an instant, the nearby space collapsed and split open, and the nearby grass and plants were also shaken into pieces. Moreover, with the passage of time, this killing intent became more and more intense, quickly spreading to the surroundings. In this way, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the killing intent outside Lin Tian's body became even stronger, as if he had turned into a source of death. Even the old monsters, like Whooshing Crocodile, were shocked. They asked Yi Tong and the young girl to stay further away from Lin Tian, and at the same time, they also retreated far away. It was also on this day that the sixth heaven was in an uproar. The news of the collapse of the 3 great sects, the Dark Heart Sword Sect, the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect, and the Ink Feather Origin Hall, was accidentally discovered by some cultivators. In the blink of an eye, the news spread throughout the 6th heaven, making all the cultivators in this heaven know about it. Moreover, after that, based on the descriptions of the disciples that escaped from these 3 sects, all of them found out that it was Lin Tian who destroyed these 3 sects, and all of them were horrified once more. It's that ruthless person again. After the True Moon Immortal Sect, he also destroyed the Dark Heart Sword Sect, the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect, and the Ink Feather Origin Hall. These 3 great sects have chased him several times. It's reasonable that they were destroyed by him. But his strength is simply. Many cultivators were shocked. Not long after the True Moon Immortal Sect was destroyed, the Dark Heart Sword Sect, the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect, and the Ink Feather Origin Hall were destroyed by the same person. This was too shocking. One has to know that these great sects have been passed down for a long time. Speaking of which, the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other 4 great immortal sects have chased that person several times. Will they be destroyed too? Not to that extent. The 5 great immortal sects, including the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect, are much stronger than the Dark Heart Sword Sect, Crimson Rainbow Immortal Sect, and Ink Feather Yuan Hall. There are experts of the 4th sky of Wu Zhan in charge. It's not easy to destroy these 5 immortal sects. Although that person is terrifying, it's impossible for him to do such a thing. That's not necessarily the case. God knows if that ruthless person has some extremely terrifying special means. After all, it's very unusual for him to be able to kill a 2nd layer Enlightenment Realm expert at the 9th heavenly layer of the Great Tao. Maybe he really has a trump card that can make the 5 great immortal sects helpless. It's indeed possible. And if that's the case, if he really destroyed the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other 4 great immortal sects, it's really overturning the heavens. In this heaven, many cultivators couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. P.S. Today's update. This chapter ends. Chapter 979. 3 major sects were disintegrated by the same person in a row, and their foundations were completely destroyed, causing the entire 6th heaven to be shaken. Some people thought of the True Moon Immortal Sect that was destroyed some time ago, and they couldn't help but tremble. This is really terrifying. It is said that that person is only in his 20s. To have such strength in his 20s, even in the upper heavens, he can be regarded as an absolute young supreme master. In the 6th heaven, many cultivators were shocked. At this time, Lin Tian naturally couldn't hear these voices. He was sitting cross-legged on a large rock in a remote mountain, silently comprehending the eternal killing array. The killing intent outside his body grew stronger and stronger with the passage of time. He closed his eyes slightly, but in his sea of consciousness, there were strands of array patterns intertwining, mysterious and unfathomable. These array patterns crisscrossed and crisscrossed, forming a huge killing array diagram. It was the complete eternal killing array. At this moment, he was only comprehending a part of this killing array diagram with his divine sense. He didn't comprehend the entire diagram because it was very difficult for him to comprehend the entire diagram with his current cultivation base. The eternal killing array diagram was just too vast. Buzz! As he silently comprehended, the aura outside his body became fiercer, and the killing intent inside his body became more turbulent. Ka! 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 In this place, the space distorted and collapsed inch by inch, and even the ground began to break open, causing cracks to appear. Even further away, the birds and beasts in the mountains were terrified. They were all trembling as they fled into the distance. Lin Tian comprehended the eternal killing array diagram in his sea of consciousness. At this time, he entered a state where he forgot about everything. Only the strands of eternal killing array diagram flashed and intertwined in his mind. He observed a part of the eternal killing array diagram in his sea of consciousness with his divine sense. Gradually, he even penetrated his divine sense into this part of the eternal killing array diagram, causing the killing intent outside his body to soar again, becoming more terrifying and destroying everything around him. Damn, this eternal killing array is really terrifying. I just comprehended it, but it has such power. In the distance, whooshing crocodile bared its teeth. Even the 5-year-old little Yi Tong shrunk her neck, clearly frightened by Lin Tian's murderous aura. Only the girl in white seemed to be very calm. Her beautiful face always had a smile, and she stared at Lin Tian without blinking. Just like that, another 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the killing intent on Lin Tian's body had reached its peak, causing the space within a radius of several hundred feet to be affected. The space distorted inch by inch. Large rocks exploded one after another, and the vegetation collapsed one after another. At the same time, strands of formation markings flashed faintly outside his body, and they were coiled with killing intent that shook the heavens and the earth. It seemed as if they intended to destroy everything in the world. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, and at this moment he opened his eyes. Strands of killing intent intertwined in his eyes and instantly shattered a large area of space in front of him, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by more than 10 degrees in an instant. It became a little cold. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the killing intent intertwined in his eyes gradually disappeared. The fierce killing intent outside his body also dissipated in an instant like green smoke. Not far away, whooshing crocodile saw this scene and knew that Lin Tian had finished comprehending. It immediately stepped over. "How is it?" it asked. Lin Tian smiled, stood up, and said, "Compared to the level of the eternal killing array that I controlled before, it should be about 3 times stronger. It's barely passable. It's already very good that it's 3 times stronger. Together with your current cultivation, it shouldn't be a big problem to carve out a new eternal killing array platform. With several platforms combined, it should be no big problem to kill a master of the 4th heaven of Wujin realm." Whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Absolutely. He controlled the eternal killing array himself, so he knew its power best. With that said, he waved his right hand and took out a crystal-clear stone platform from the stone ring, each of which was a cubic meter in size. This stone platform was called Black Water Stone Platform, which could be used to carry array patterns. It was the best carrier for the eternal killing array platform. In the past, when he was in the 2nd heaven, he obtained a huge mystic water stone and cut it into more than 80 pieces. In the past few years, he had used some of them and found some of them himself. Now, there were exactly 60 such mystic water stone platforms in the stone ring. At this time, he took out all 60 black water stone platforms, raised his right hand, and a faint soul light intertwined. He used the 5-dragon divine flash engraving technique. As his 5 fingers moved, strands of array patterns jumped out from his fingertips, followed by earth-shattering, killing intent. Every time a strand of array pattern jumped out from his fingertips, the surrounding void would tremble fiercely. It wasn't until 3 hours later that the first eternal killing array platform was engraved. "Not bad," Whooshing Crocodile said, staring at the first eternal killing array platform that Lin Tian engraved at this moment. It could clearly feel an extremely terrifying killing power. Little Yi Tong stood at the side, blinking her eyes, curiously looking at Lin Tian engraving the eternal killing array platform. The white-clothed girl squatted down, supporting her chin with both hands, staring at Lin Tian the most seriously. Lin Tianten smiled, put away the eternal killing array platform, and started again. Soul light flickered in his right hand, and he continued to engrave the eternal killing array platform. In the blink of an eye, 15 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian let out a long breath of turbid air. He finished engraving the 60 eternal killing array platforms, each of which was intertwined with dense eternal killing runes. With a wave of his hand, he put all 60 eternal killing array platforms into the stone ring, and the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. "Let's go. Let's go to the 5 great immortal sects." Whooshing Crocodile laughed heartily. Now, with the 60 eternal killing array platforms engraved by Lin Tian, they could directly kill their way to the headquarters of the 5 great immortal sections. The white-clothed girl jumped to Lin Tian's side, waved her right fist, and echoed Whooshing Crocodile, "Let's go kill our way there!" In the next moment, the group walked out of the remote mountain, and under the guidance of Whooshing Crocodile, they walked towards the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, one of the 5 great immortal sections. With our cultivation, we can reach the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate in a few hours by flying. If we walk, it will take 3 days. Whooshing Crocodile said it had been to the 1st heaven to the 9th heaven, so it was naturally very familiar with the 6th heaven. "Let's walk there. We are not in a hurry." Lin Tian said. He spent a lot of time comprehending the eternal killing array platform and engraving the eternal killing array platform. Now he wanted to walk for 3 days to adjust his essence, energy, and spirit. "As you wish," Whooshing Crocodile said. Naturally, it had no objection to this. Lin Tian, Little Yi Tong, and the white-clothed girl walked on foot, while Whooshing Crocodile flapped its wings and followed behind. They walked towards the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate at a slower speed. In the blink of an eye, the 3 people and 1 crocodile walked for 2 days. After crossing 5 more mountains, we will reach the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian squinted his eyes and looked ahead. He nodded, and his footsteps were still very calm. Clang! Suddenly, killing intent appeared, and it was bone-chilling. The void shattered, and 7 sharp sword lights suddenly appeared, as if crossing the river of time and space. Each of them was peerlessly terrifying, and they were all aimed at Lin Tian, enveloping Lin Tian and sealing the surrounding space. Like a rainbow, the 7 sword lights arrived in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's expression changed. This scene was too familiar, and the first thing that came to his mind was the great annihilation god dynasty. Most importantly, the 7 sword lights were too powerful and too fast, as if they had flown from outer space, making him feel a chill down his spine. At this moment, he couldn't even dodge, and he could only put up the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory to defend himself. At the same time, he pushed away Whooshing Crocodile, Little Yi Tong, and the white-clothed girl beside him. Uft, 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 uft. Blood exploded, and the 7 sword lights tore apart the reincarnation diagram and entered Lin Tian's body, directly shattering Lin Tian's physical body. Uncle! Master! Kid! The 2 people and the crocodile all yelled. In front, Lin Tian's blood mixed with broken bones and flesh floated in the air. It was a horrifying sight. Almost at the same time, the sword chime sounded again, and another 7 sword lights closed in. They were bone-chilling and filled with terrifying, murderous intent. This time, the 7 sword lights were even stronger, and they were all mixed with great Tao laws. They enveloped the void and slashed towards Lin Tian's broken flesh and bones. This joint attack was extremely fast, and it was the speed of a transcendent, great Tao powerhouse regathering his physical body. Once it landed, it would definitely be a fatal blow. Boom! It was also at this moment that a violent aura surged. Blood-red flames leapt about on Lin Tian's flesh and bones. The sun's nirvana art circulated on its own. With a hum, it caused his shattered body to recover in an instant, reassembling before the 7 streaks of sword light descended. After that, he quickly rolled on the ground and avoided the 7 killing swords by a hair's breadth. Great Annihilation God Dynasty! He roared furiously. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air breaking rang out, and 7 figures flashed, rushing from 7 different directions as fast as lightning. These were 7 black-clothed men, all at the 4th firmament of Wuzhen. They were like 7 ghosts, each holding a blood-stained divine sword. In the blink of an eye, they closed in on Lin Tian and surrounded Lin Tian in the center. Powerful divine power intertwined, confining all the space around Lin Tian. They ruthlessly slashed down the divine swords in their hands. Lin Tian didn't have any chance to dodge this attack. 7 4th firmament powerhouses of Wuzhen came to kill me together. You're good. Very good. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with anger. At this time he couldn't dodge, and he didn't dodge at all. The anger in his eyes turned into endless killing intent. I'll slaughter all of you. With a buzzing sound, 10 black water platforms floated out from his body and floated outside his body. Array patterns intertwined on them. Boom! Suddenly, this place shook, and the terrifying killing intent was vast and mighty, as if the whole universe was about to collapse. Chapter 980. The wind and clouds changed, and heaven and earth lost their color. Countless complicated patterns appeared in this space, completely enveloping the 7 assassins of the great extinguishing God Dynasty. The invisible killing intent seemed to make heaven and earth tremble. Bang! 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 The 7 assassins were near Lin Tian. They were immediately sent flying by the violent killing intent, coughing up blood. Lin Tian's face was cold. Around his body, the eternal killing patterns intertwined like a spider web, densely packed. Boom! The void shook, and the killing intent flashed. The sky darkened, and violent hurricanes swept in all directions. This space was completely intertwined with the killing intent. A chill that seemed to come from hell filled all directions. It was frightening. The 7 men's pupils shrank. At this moment, they were all shocked. Without any hesitation, they hid their figures and auras at the same time, using the divine concealment technique to quickly retreat. Come out, Lin Tian said coldly. With a loud rumble, the densely packed eternal killing marks vibrated. Hundreds of killing lights slashed horizontally, shattering a large area of space. The 7 assassins of the grand extinguishing divine dynasty were shaken out of their positions. Each of them was sent flying, and blood splattered everywhere. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with anger. He stared at one of them. With a thought, the eternal killing patterns around him vibrated. Boom! The killing patterns surged, and the dense killing light pressed forward like a wave, covering one of the assassins. Poof! Blood splattered, and the assassin was directly smashed into pieces. His body turned into a bloody mist, and not even his bones were left. With a whoosh, a divine soul escaped from the shattered body. It intertwined with the bloody light and quickly reformed a physical body. Unfortunately, Lin Tian would not give him a chance. Die! He spat out this word coldly. The dense, eternal killing light pressed forward, turning into a 7-foot eternal killing sword, and directly smashed the divine soul of the assassin. The body was shattered and the soul was destroyed. Good. Damn it, kill them. In the distance, whooshing crocodile cursed. At the same time, he protected little Yi Tong and the girl in white. Boom! In front of him, the killing intent surged. The 10 eternal killing formation platforms were activated at the same time. The power was not a joke. The dense killing light intertwined around Lin Tian, completely covering the space within a radius of 100 feet. For a moment, the sound of cracking echoed. The void and the ground here were constantly cracking and breaking. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Even though he knew some things about the all-extinguishing divine dynasty from the 5 elements crocodile, and knew that the all-extinguishing divine dynasty would send even stronger assassins to kill him, he was still furious when he was suddenly ambushed and his body was destroyed. This time, this branch actually sent 7 assassins of the 4th sky of Wuzhen to kill him. What kind of regret was this? Under such a sudden attack, if he did not have the sun's nirvana skill to protect himself, and if he had not comprehended the eternal killing formation and carved dozens of killing formation platforms, he would have died without a doubt, even if he had cultivated the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker. After all, his current cultivation was far from that of a person at the 4th level of Wuzhen. Moreover, the 7 assassins were also very good at the way of killing. In terms of pure killing, these people were much more powerful than the 4th layer of enlightenment. His eyes were very cold. With a thought, the dense, eternal killing patterns became more boiling. The killing light was about to split the 9 heavens. Clang, clang, clang. He stood in place without moving, but the eternal killing light around him moved under his will. It was like a powerful war general, shattering the space and shattering the earth. At the same time, it enveloped the last 6 assassins. The 6 men were all in the 4th layer of enlightenment. They were very powerful and very good at killing. However, they did not attack at this time. They did not have any emotional fluctuations about the death of one of their companions. They directly retreated into the distance. However, when the eternal killing patterns appeared, they had already sealed the void. They could not rush out at all. You came to assassinate me, and you still want to leave. None of you will live. Lin Tian's voice was cold. At the end of the day, there was no enmity between him and the great extinguishing God dynasty. However, the great extinguishing God dynasty had accepted someone else's request to kill him time and time again. This made him feel very uncomfortable. The murderous intent in his eyes gradually rose. Boom! For a time, the eternal killing patterns boiled even more. The dense, eternal killing light pressed down on the 6 people like raindrops. The 6 people waved their blood-stained divine swords and slashed out streaks of cold sword light to meet the eternal killing light. However, the sword light was crushed in an instant. At the same time, the eternal killing light fell on the 6 people, crushing half of the bodies of 2 of them. Lin Tian stepped forward. The boundless, eternal killing light pressed forward. Clang, 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 clang. Suddenly, streaks of sword light appeared. They were sharp and cold. Among the 6 people, the 4 people who were still in good condition slashed out bone-piercing, killing swords. Every sword was very frightening. However, they were not aimed at Lin Tian. Instead, they shrouded and crushed the 2 assassins who had half of their bodies crushed by the eternal killing light. Such a scene made Lin Tian's eyes freeze. Not far away, little Yi Tong and the girl in white were also shocked. For of the 6 people suddenly attacked their companions. Buzz! The blood light surged. The 4 assassins who slashed their companions with the eternal killing swords chanted ancient scriptures. They used the divine swords in their hands to guide the blood mist of the 2 companions who had been slashed into pieces. With the sword light as a guide, they evolved into 2 blood dragons that were dozens of feet long. Blood Soul Curse! Not far away, whooshing crocodile's expression changed. Obviously, he knew what the 4 assassins of the great extinguishing dynasty had used. Boom! In front of him, the 2 blood dragons surged. They were intertwined with a violent blood aura. There were even streaks of blood traces emerging. For a moment, the eternal killing marks in the surroundings were affected. They were forcefully shaken off by the blood aura. The 4 assassins controlled the blood dragons. Blood light appeared outside their bodies. It seemed to be the power of the intertwining blood dragons. It allowed them to move freely under the 10 eternal killing array platforms that Lin Tian had activated. At this moment, they controlled the 2 blood dragons and attacked Lin Tian coldly and mercilessly. Lin Tian immediately felt a trace of threat. The blood aura of the 2 blood dragons was too strong. However, he was not afraid. He stared coldly in front of him. Divine light surged in his eyes. Strands of dragon patterns appeared. In the blink of an eye, they gathered into a dragon pattern ring. Delusion breaker divine eye. In an instant, the whole world changed. Everything became incomparably clear. He saw that in 2 corners of the 2 blood dragons, there were 2 spirits that could not be seen by bystanders howling. They were like malicious spirits, and their resentment surged into the heavens. They were the 2 assassins that had been crushed. At this moment, as the 2 divine souls roared, the blood aura in the surroundings became thicker. There were threads of almost transparent law intertwining. They cut through everything and closed in on him. Obviously, after seeing 2 of the assassins get half of their bodies crushed by his eternal killing light, the other 4 decisively gave up on the 2. They coldly attacked and shattered the 2's bodies, using their flesh and divine souls to form 2 terrifying blood dragons, all for the sake of killing him. Using the flesh and divine souls of your companions, you are indeed assassins. In order to achieve your goal, you are so ruthless to your own people, he said coldly. Opposite him, the 4 assassins' eyes were cold. They were not affected by Lin Tian's words at all. They chanted the inexplicable ancient language again, causing the 2 blood dragons to become even more terrifying. The blood dragons' bodies directly expanded to more than 60 meters, and the murderous aura they emitted was even stronger. Gusts of wild wind swept out, suppressing the eternal killing ray for a short time. Kid, this is the blood soul forbidden spell of the great annihilation god dynasty. It is a forbidden killing technique of this lineage. After sacrificing the flesh and divine souls of cultivators, it obtains a terrifying and strange power. It will become stronger and stronger in a short time, and it will be difficult to break down. Throw a few more killing array platforms to temporarily restrain these 2 blood dragons and the 4 assassins. We will immediately retreat from here. Whooshing Crocodile said quickly. Obviously, this blood soul forbidden spell was very terrifying and difficult to deal with. Otherwise, it would not have spoken like this when Lin Tian had taken out 10 eternal killing array platforms. In front of him, facing the 2 blood dragons that were being pushed by the 4 assassins, Lin Tian appeared very calm. No need. After listening to Whooshing Crocodile's words and staring at the 2 blood dragons in front of him, he actually roughly knew why this so-called blood soul forbidden spell was so difficult to break down. This forbidden killing technique had a core, and the core should be the divine soul used for the sacrifice. This core divine soul was very small compared to the blood dragons, and ordinary people could not see it at all. Even if a huge amount of divine power enveloped the entire blood dragon, it would be very difficult to effectively kill the core divine soul. Moreover, if the core divine soul did not shatter, this blood soul forbidden spell would naturally not break down. It would become more and more terrifying in a short time. However, others could not see it, but he could. His delusion breaker divine I intertwined with the light of the dragon patterns. With a shake of his left hand, the black celestial murdering bow appeared in his hand. Staring ahead, his expression was cold. He pulled the bowstring with his right hand, and his divine power surged. The eternal killing ray around him surged densely and gathered towards the celestial murdering bow in his hand. In the blink of an eye, a 4-foot-long killing arrow was formed, and its killing intent was earth-shattering. Whoosh! He loosened his right hand, and the 4-foot-long killing arrow immediately left the bowstring. It pierced through the void and went straight into one of the blood dragons. It directly pierced through and shattered the core divine soul, which was difficult for others to see. Suddenly, the blood dragon trembled, and its body was covered with cracks. Then it shattered into pieces and dissipated with a sizzling sound. This is... Not far away, Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. It was a forbidden killing technique of the great extinguishing god dynasty, and it was difficult to break down. But now, Lin Tian had shattered it with one arrow. "Uncle is the strongest." The girl in white laughed and clapped at the side. Inside the 10 directional eternal killing marks, the 4 assassins of the great extinguishing god dynasty were truly shocked at this time. They were shocked. What they had used was a forbidden killing technique of their own lineage. It used the blood and soul of their companions at the Wujin level as a sacrifice to cast the technique. With the Wujin level divine soul as the core of the forbidden killing technique, it was difficult to break down because ordinary people could not see the divine soul core inside the blood dragon at all. But just now, Lin Tian's arrow had directly shattered the divine soul core inside the blood dragon. Clearly, they could see the divine soul core inside, clearly, which shocked them. Logically speaking, only they, as the caster of this forbidden killing technique, could see the divine soul core of this forbidden killing technique, or someone whose cultivation level was far higher than theirs could see it. But Lin Tian's cultivation level was obviously much lower than theirs. Logically speaking, he should not be able to see it. But Lin Tian had seen it. Their pupils constricted as they stared straight at Lin Tian. Then, suddenly, they were shocked again when they saw Lin Tian's eyes. Facing this pair of eyes, the 4 of them could not help but tremble slightly. They only felt that Lin Tian's eyes seemed to see through everything about them. Boom! The sound was ear-piercing, and the killing intent was violent, shaking the surrounding space. At this time, Lin Tian drew his bow again. Using his divine power and the eternal killing light here, he once again condensed a 4-foot-long killing arrow. The killing power was even stronger, and it was aimed straight at the last forbidden blood dragon. Chapter 981. The 4-foot-long arrow was condensed with Lin Tian's divine power and the killing power of the 10 eternal killing array platforms. It shattered the surrounding space, and its killing power made people tremble. Whoosh! Lin Tian stared ahead and released the bowstring with his right hand. Suddenly, the 4-foot-long arrow pierced forward like a real dragon. This arrow was aimed at the last blood dragon. With a puff, it pierced through the blood dragon and shattered the divine soul core in the blood dragon. The entire blood dragon collapsed as a result. In an instant, the bloody aura dissipated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This kid, Whooshing Crocodile, was shocked. The great extinguishing god dynasty's blood soul forbidden spell was broken by Lin Tian so easily. After a pause, it subconsciously looked at Lin Tian's eyes. When it saw the dragon pattern rings in Lin Tian's eyes, it couldn't help but sigh. What a powerful eye technique! When cultivated to the great accomplishment realm, it's really not inferior to the divine eyes of Yang and Yin. Master is so powerful. Little Yitong cheered. The girl in white looked at Lin Tian and blinked her beautiful eyes. Boom! In front of him, the murderous aura surged. The dense, eternal killing runes intertwined. More destructive killing lights surged out. Each killing light was like a peerless killing sword, as if it wanted to completely shatter this macro world. Lin Tian stood in the middle, like a supreme being. His eyes were cold as he stared at the last 4 powerful assassins opposite him. "It's your turn." His voice was cold. He stood where he was and moved his mind slightly. The dense, eternal killing patterns trembled instantly, and hundreds of killing lights slashed forward wildly. The 4 assassins of the great extinguishing God dynasty were shocked. Not only did Lin Tian easily break their blood soul forbidden spell, but also Lin Tian's eyes made their hearts palpitate. This was not because they were afraid, but because their bodies naturally produced a kind of instinctive reaction, reminding them that this pair of eyes possessed an extremely terrifying power. At this moment, the 4 of them did not hesitate at all. They no longer wanted to kill Lin Tian. Instead, they each let out a low roar and connected their divine power together. Using a drop of their blood essence as a guide, they formed a huge vortex. They wanted to escape from the space sealed by the dense, eternal killing marks. It was because they could die at any moment within these killing patterns. Brat, this is the blood escape technique. An escape technique that burned one's blood essence as the price was extremely profound. It allowed one to escape through a sealed space. Stop them with all your might. Whooshing Crocodile said quickly. It had lived for a long time and had seen many things. Naturally, it knew many strange methods. Although it did not know how to use them, it could recognize when others used them. Up ahead, the 4 of them were together, forming an enormous vortex that interweaved with the color of blood. Vaguely, the 4 of them were about to separate. None of you can leave, Lin Tianling said coldly. He stared ahead. His divine eyes of illusion breaker trembled slightly and saw through everything. With a clang, a glaring eternal killing light was controlled by his will and directly entered the huge vortex. Suddenly, the vortex trembled. Lin Tian controlled the eternal killing light and directly cut off the divine power connection of the 4 of them. He destroyed the blood essence of the 4 of them and forcibly interrupted the blood escape technique. Bang! 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 4 figures were sent flying. The 4 great assassins were all blasted away, blood gushing out of their mouths. They stabilized their bodies. The shock in their eyes was even more intense. They once again used a strange technique to escape. Boom! It was also at this moment that the murderous aura surged and shook the surroundings. Lin Tian held the immortal slaying bow in his left hand. At this moment, he pulled the bowstring again, drawing the power of the eternal killing marks. He condensed a killing arrow that was 5 feet long and aimed at one of the assassins. Kill, he said coldly. With a whoosh, the 5-foot-long eternal killing arrow passed through like a dragon. Its speed was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Puff! Blood splattered. The body of the assassin he aimed at exploded on the spot. With a whoosh, this assassin was very powerful. His divine soul escaped, and in a flash he was extremely far away. In the process, he split open the crisscrossing eternal killing marks. Lin Tian stared at this person. His divine eyes of illusion breaker captured the trajectory of this person's every movement. With a flash of his feet, the next moment he appeared in front of the other party. You! Boom! Lin Tian pulled the bow, and the eternal killing light surged over. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into an arrow and aimed at this person's divine soul at close range. With a whoosh, he released the bowstring. The killing arrow directly shattered this person's divine soul, instantly erasing this person. Again, he tilted his head and looked at the last 3 assassins. His voice was cold. With a boom, the eternal killing marks in this place shook together, absorbing the spiritual chi in all directions and condensing tens of thousands of killing lights. Immediately, in the next moment, as his mind moved, the tens of thousands of killing lights moved together. With a sonorous sound, they slashed at the 3 assassins at the same time. This was a new and more powerful eternal killing matrix that he had spent 10 days comprehending. It was 3 times stronger than before. Then he carved it out with his cultivation of the 9th heaven of the Great Path. At this moment, 10 of them were added together. The killing power was enough to frighten people. Crack! 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 The surrounding space was unable to withstand such a killing force, and it began to crumble inch by inch. Even the ground was damaged, and cracks began to appear, and the ground was sinking. The pupils of the three assassins constricted, and they all roared, using the divine concealment technique to dodge. Their speed was extremely fast, like lightning. Although they couldn't rush out of the space sealed by the 10 directional eternal killing marks, they avoided the beams of eternal killing light. However, this good situation did not last long. Lin Tian looked forward. His eyes were hazy as he captured the movement of the three assassins. With his mind, he controlled the dense eternal killing lights. The next moment, he disrupted the art of divine concealment of the three assassins and pierced through their bodies. At the same time, he pulled the bow again. The eternal killing lights condensed into a stronger, 5-foot-long arrow. He held the bow in his left hand and released the bowstring with his right hand. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the arrow pierced through the air like a rainbow. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through one of the assassins and shattered his body. After that, he took a step forward. The reincarnation map rushed up from behind him and covered the broken body of the assassin. It rolled over him and obliterated his spiritual soul. He turned around and stared at the last two assassins. The reincarnation map hung above his head. He pulled the bow again and absorbed the power of the eternal killing lights to condense into a destructive arrow. Whoosh! With a whoosh, the newly condensed destructive arrow pierced through the air like lightning and pierced through another assassin. The assassin growled. His spiritual soul shone and quickly escaped 100 feet away. He began to reform his body. Humph! Lin Tianlong laughed. He had already captured the movement of the assassin's spiritual soul with his eye of divine concealment. The reincarnation map appeared beside the assassin in an instant and pressed down mercilessly. How did you? Puff! Under the reincarnation map, everything was destroyed. The assassin's spiritual soul was crushed on the spot and completely disappeared from this world. In the blink of an eye, there was only one assassin left. The assassin's eyes were fierce. At this moment, he knew he couldn't escape. He decisively took out the blood-stained divine sword and activated it with violent power, causing cracks to appear on it. At the same time, his body also expanded. In the blink of an eye, there was a terrible destructive power intertwined, causing the eternal killing marks to collapse. Damn it! The divine weapon and the assassin self-destructed together. The bastards of this bloodline are all lunatics. Whooshing Crocodile cursed and reminded Lin Tian to retreat quickly. The self-destruction of a fourth sky of Wuzhen elite and the explosion of his divine weapon was no joke. Lin Tian felt the terrible power. At this time, the self-destruction of this fourth sky of Wuzhen elite was much more terrible than the self-destruction of the second sky of Wuzhen elite who went to assassinate him. Moreover, because the assassin also self-destructed his divine weapon, the two formed some kind of resonance, causing the assassin's self-destruction to be astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was on the verge of self-destruction. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to stop the assassin's self-destruction. However, he was not afraid. At this time, he couldn't stop the assassin's self-destruction, but with the power of the eye of divine concealment and the power of the eternal killing marks here, it was still possible to weaken and suppress the assassin's self-destruction to a small area. Buzz! He stared ahead with the eye of divine concealment and could clearly see the flow of divine power in the assassin's expanding body. Then he formed a seal with both hands, drawing out the seal of 4 symbols. At the same time, he gathered the 10 direction killing marks and pressed them toward the assassin. Also at this time, with a boom, the assassin exploded together with his divine weapon. The destructive power was like a stormy sea. Lin Tian faced this destructive power head-on, but he was very calm and fearless. Seal, he whispered. The 10 direction killing marks surged up, and the seal of 4 symbols covered it. With the help of his eye of divine concealment, it met the attack at a special angle, suppressing the assassin's self-destruction within a radius of 100 feet. A huge crater with a diameter of 100 feet was blasted out. For a time, sand and dust filled the sky. It wasn't until dozens of breaths later that the sand and dust in the air dispersed, and the space returned to normal. The whooshing crocodile flapped its wings and flew over. It stared at the huge crater and said lunatic again. Then it looked at Lin Tian. Kid, you're really something. The self-destruction of a fourth sky of Wuzhen was actually suppressed by your eye technique to within a radius of 100 feet. It looked at Lin Tian's eyes, and there was obvious surprise in its eyes. Uncle, it's great that you're okay. The girl in white jumped to Lin Tian's side, and Yi Tong also trotted over. Lin Tianwei smiled slightly, closed the eye of divine concealment, and returned to normal. The whooshing crocodile looked at the huge crater in front of it and glanced at the broken earth around it. At this time it opened its mouth again and said to Lin Tiandao, Kid, the all-extinguishing god dynasty tried to assassinate you twice. These 2 times you were lucky. Hearing this, Lin Tianwei paused for a moment and then nodded. Indeed, it could be said that the 2 times he faced the all-extinguishing god dynasty's assassination attempts, he was lucky to survive. The first time he just happened to cultivate the eye of divine concealment and could see through many attacking techniques and was able to survive. This time, 7/4 sky of Wuzhen experts came to kill him. Even if he had the eye of divine concealment, he absolutely couldn't block them. However, the eternal killing formation that he comprehended just happened to come in handy. It played a major role in this battle and annihilated all 7 people who came. Thinking about it carefully, it could really be considered good luck. And thinking like this, his expression couldn't help but become a little more dignified. The all-extinguishing god dynasty was really terrifying. Seeing his dignified expression, the whooshing crocodile naturally knew what he was thinking and said, Don't think too much. You have to know that since ancient times, good luck is also a kind of strength. As it spoke, it paused for a moment before a wisp of a strange expression suddenly appeared in its eyes. It gazed at Lin Tian and said, Speaking of which, you refined and absorbed a stone of karmic luck the other day. This thing is condensed into form from ethereal karmic luck, and it's capable of strengthening the karmic luck of anyone who possesses it. Your luck wouldn't have been so good these 2 times because of that stone of karmic luck, right? Chapter 982. After listening to the whooshing crocodile's words, Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. When he had refined the stone of fortune, his origin had been refined and his soul had soared. The laws of the grand Tao had also strengthened substantially. Most importantly, when he had been comprehending the grand Tao, he had seen many scenes related to fortune in the illusory world created by his grand Tao. Now that the whooshing crocodile had mentioned whether or not the stone of fortune had increased his fortune, he felt that it was possible. Perhaps. He paused for a moment before continuing. Oh, speaking of which, my luck has always been good. The whooshing crocodile rolled its eyes at him. However, it had to admit that Lin Tian's fortune had always been good. Forget it. Let's not talk about this invisible and intangible thing. Let's talk about the great extinguishing god dynasty. It pursed its lips and looked at Lin Tiandao. Now, you should have personally experienced how terrifying the great extinguishing god dynasty is, right? Lin Tian took a deep breath and nodded silently. The great extinguishing god dynasty. Judging from the strength of the assassins who had tried to assassinate him twice, it was clear that there were many experts in the great extinguishing god dynasty. Most importantly, the people in the great extinguishing god dynasty were ruthless. Ruthless. Not only were they ruthless to their companions, but they were also ruthless to themselves. In order to complete the assassination mission, they would sacrifice their companions and self-destruct without hesitation. A group of people like that was terrifying. I'll destroy them sooner or later, he said coldly. The great extinguishing god dynasty had their eyes on him. It was like a venomous snake lying in ambush beside him, waiting to pounce on him at any time. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Most importantly, the great extinguishing god dynasty was unscrupulous in order to complete the assassination mission. He was afraid that one day the great extinguishing god dynasty would shift their attention to his family and friends. Thinking about this, and thinking about the coiling dragon Holy Gate and the other major sects that had entrusted the great extinguishing god dynasty to assassinate him, he felt even more furious. "Let's go to the coiling dragon, Holy Gate," he said. The Dark Heart Sword sect and the other two major sects had already been destroyed. He would also destroy the coiling dragon Holy Gate and the other major sects. Golden divine light rippled out from his body. He enveloped the white-clothed girl and little Yi Tong and slowly soared into the sky. At this time, Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to travel on foot. Instead, he decided to fly straight to the coiling dragon Holy Gate. Whooshing Crocodile chuckled, flapped its wings, and followed. In the blink of an eye, the three of them and the crocodile soared into the air. Following Whooshing Crocodile's directions, they flew towards the coiling dragon Holy Gate. However, it was also at this time that Lin Tian suddenly stopped and looked towards a small mountain several hundred zhang away. "What happened?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. "There's something." Lin Tian stared at the short mountain. Divine light surged in his eyes. He opened his divine eyes of delusion breaker again and looked carefully. Then, in the next moment, his expression changed slightly. As far as the eye could see, the plants on the short mountain were all withered, and there was no vitality in the surrounding vegetation. However, when he looked at the bottom of the short mountain with his divine eyes of delusion breaker, he discovered that there seemed to be a ball of fire burning below. Moreover, it contained an extremely shocking amount of spiritual energy. It was definitely denser than the spiritual energy of an ordinary source vein. This is... He frowned slightly. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's expression, Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but ask, "Kid, what's going on?" "What is it?" "I can't tell for now. I can only vaguely see some images. It seems to be a flame that contains spiritual energy. It should be something extraordinary." Lin Tian said, "As for the specifics, let's go and take a look." As he spoke, he closed his divine eyes of delusion breaker. Golden divine light enveloped the white-clothed girl and Yi Tong as he stepped towards the short mountain. Whooshing Crocodile was a little suspicious, but he didn't ask any more questions. He followed Lin Tian as they walked towards the short mountain. Because the short mountain wasn't far from where they were, the three people and one crocodile only took a dozen breaths to reach the short mountain and descend. There's actually something extraordinary at the bottom of such an ordinary-looking small mountain. Whooshing Crocodile was a little suspicious. "There is." Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he didn't hesitate and immediately acted. Dragon runes flickered under his feet and spread out one by one. They broke open the surface of the short mountain, creating a huge and deep hole that led straight to a location more than 70 feet below the short mountain. Suddenly, an extremely shocking amount of heat surged, causing the surrounding space to distort and cave in. As far as the eye could see, at the bottom of the short mountain, a ball of golden flames intertwined and burned fiercely. It sizzled as if it could burn everything in the world. Whooshing Crocodile was immediately moved. "This is pure yang flames." Lin Tian was also moved. Whooshing Crocodile looked at him and was a little surprised. "Kid, you know this kind of immortal flame too?" Obviously, it also knew what this golden flame was. "I know." Lin Tian nodded. He stared at the golden flame below, and wisps of light intertwined in his eyes. "Master, master." Little Yi Tong tugged on Lin Tian's sleeve and asked curiously, "What is pure yang flames?" "It's a very powerful flame." Lin Tian opened his mouth and said, "This kind of flame is said to be formed by the power of heaven and earth, and it is said to be able to burn everything. Once a cultivator finds and refines it, they can directly control this kind of divine flame and use it in battle. It can burn many divine abilities and secret techniques, and even the great path principles. Moreover, the most important thing is that this kind of divine flame can become stronger as the controller becomes stronger. There is never an upper limit to how strong it can become. He controlled the medicine encyclopedia, which contained the cultivation methods of many alchemy flames, and at the same time recorded more than 10 kinds of divine flames born in heaven and earth. This pure yang flames was one of the divine flames recorded in the medicine encyclopedia, and it was very powerful. He didn't expect that the vague flame he saw with the divine eye of illusion before was actually the pure yang flames recorded in the medicine encyclopedia. This kind of flame was completely opposite to the pure yang flames of the flame demon emperor he encountered in the fourth heaven, and it was even more powerful. I really didn't expect that such an extremely ordinary short mountain would actually contain such a world-shaking divine flame. Whooshing Crocodile stared at him. Don't judge everything by appearance. Lin Tiandao. With that said, he stared at the golden flame below and stepped down. Seeing his action, Whooshing Crocodile was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. Kid, what are you doing? Of course I'm refining it. Lin Tiandao. Refining my ass. Although this is a divine flame and can be refined, the prerequisite is that you have at least a half-step Nirvana realm cultivation base. If you refine it with your current 9th heavenly layer cultivation base, you will burn yourself to death in the blink of an eye, not even leaving behind a single bone. Whooshing Crocodile obviously also knew about this pure yang flame. Use the cauldron you used to store the demonized middle-aged man to store this divine flame, and wait until you reach the half-step Nirvana realm to refine it. No problem, I can refine it now. Lin Tiandao. Whooshing Crocodile was not wrong. If you want to refine this pure yang flame, you must at least have a half-step Nirvana realm cultivation base. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand the power of this divine flame and will burn yourself to death in the process of refining. However, he didn't care about this and didn't care about the prerequisite of having a half-step Nirvana realm cultivation base. This was because he controlled the medicine encyclopedia and had a strong tolerance for all kinds of flames in the world. At this moment, with his cultivation at the 9th heavenly layer of the Great Path, he believed that he could refine the pure yang flames here and control them well. Protect the little guy and the girl, he said to Whooshing Crocodile. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't hesitate and directly jumped down from the short mountain and into the ball of golden flames. This scared Whooshing Crocodile quite a bit. This kind of pure yang flame was very dangerous, and a moment of carelessness could burn a living thing to ashes. Lin Tian actually jumped down so carelessly. It cursed in a low voice and anxiously looked down. Then it was shocked because after Lin Tian jumped into the golden flame, nothing happened to him. Even his clothes were not burned. This, it was slightly surprised. Under the short mountain, inside the pure yang flame, Lin Tian had already activated the ancient scripture of the medicine encyclopedia. He used this heavenly lord ancient technique to protect himself and prevent himself from being burned by the pure yang flame. However, even so, he didn't feel good at this moment. He felt as if his body was melting, and every movement was extremely difficult, as if his body was about to disintegrate. Buzz! Faint, divine light lingered on the surface of his body. He activated the medicine encyclopedia even faster, interweaving an even stronger medicine encyclopedia divine light. Then, after a quarter of an hour, he sat down cross-legged in the pure yang flame and began to refine it. Suddenly, the golden pure yang flame jumped, and wisps of flames flowed into Lin Tian's body in an orderly manner like golden fairies. Under the special flame refining technique recorded in the medicine encyclopedia, they slowly merged into his flesh and blood. Seeing this, Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed again. How did this kid do it? He actually succeeded in refining the pure yang flame with his 9th heavenly layer cultivation base. It stared at Lin Tian in disbelief, but in the next moment it seemed to have thought of something and was slightly moved. That's right, the medicine encyclopedia. This kid also mastered the Heavenly Lord's precious technique. The medicine encyclopedia recorded many alchemy flame refining techniques. It could roughly guess that Lin Tian was relying on the medicine encyclopedia to refine the pure yang flame. Beside it, Yi Tong poked her head out and stared down, then quickly shrank back because it was really too hot. The white-clothed girl also looked down and stared at Lin Tian as usual. Her beautiful big eyes blinked from time to time. Buzz! Under the mountain, Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the pure yang flame. His entire body was covered by the golden flames, which entered his body bit by bit. In this way, not long after, he activated the medicine encyclopedia and absorbed half of the pure yang flame here. At this time, his entire body was fiery red, and every inch of his skin was hotter than magma. His body was on the verge of collapsing, and even moving a finger was difficult. However, he was not an ordinary person after all. He directly suppressed this pain and activated the medicine encyclopedia even faster, allowing the pure yang flame to continuously enter his body and be refined into his flesh and blood. Moreover, at the same time, this pure yang yen contained an astonishing amount of spiritual energy, and as the yang yen was refined, this spiritual energy poured into his physique and meridians, causing his cultivation to rise little by little. P.S. It's still the fourth night watch today. Chapter 983. The blazing golden flames surrounded Lin Tian like a golden ocean that drowned Lin Tian. It was as if it wanted to burn everything. However, Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the middle. He was unscathed as he continued to absorb and refine the flames. On the surface of his body, the faint divine light of the medicine codex flickered. It was very gentle. At the same time, the Sun Heart Sutra in his body was also circulating. Golden divine light overflowed from the surface of his body. Speaking of which, other than the medicine codex, the Sun Heart Sutra also seems to be able to make him more compatible with the pure yang flames. The color of this divine fire is exactly the same as his divine power. Whooshing Crocodile muttered. Beside him, Yi Tong blinked. It's the same as mine. Yes, it's the same, Whooshing Crocodile said casually. Then he looked at Lin Tian. The girl in white was very quiet. She kept looking down. Under the short mountain, the golden flames outside Lin Tian's body gradually decreased. They were continuously absorbed into his body. During this process, because the golden flames contained a very shocking amount of spiritual energy, his cultivation was also constantly increasing. At this time, he was circulating the medicine codex and the Sun Heart Sutra at the same time. He was refining the pure yang flames while cultivating his own body. This process was undoubtedly very difficult because the pure yang flame was simply too hot. At this time, the temperature in Yang Kai's body had already reached a terrifying level, and he felt as if his body would melt at any moment. But even so, Yang Kai's expression did not change in the slightest as he silently circulated the Alchemy Classic and Sun Heart Sutra to refine this golden divine fire. In this way, the pure yang flames under the short mountain became less and less. The temperature in his body became hotter and hotter. His cultivation also became higher and higher. He endured the heat in his body that could melt everything and calmed his mind. He circulated the medicine codex and the Sun Heart Sutra again and again to quickly refine the divine fire. In this way, more than 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the pure yang flames under the short mountain were completely absorbed into Lin Tian's body. Not a single trace was left. His entire body was like a piece of burning iron. Every inch of his skin was frighteningly red. This Brett really absorbed all of this divine fire with his cultivation at the 9th heaven of the Great Path. Whooshing Crocodile stared at Lin Tian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Also, this cultivation is about to break through to the half-step enlightenment level. Lin Tian sat cross-legged at the foot of the short mountain and finished absorbing the pure yang flame, but he did not immediately get up because the divine fire he had absorbed into his body had not been completely refined. Buzz. He circulated the medicine codex and the Sun Heart Sutra, silently refining the pure yang flames in his body and merging them into his flesh and blood. Gradually, the temperature of his body began to drop while his aura continued to rise. Very quickly, another 6 hours passed. At this time, the skin on his body returned to its normal appearance, intertwined with sparkling and translucent light. Then, a powerful force spread out from his body, causing the entire hill to shake violently. Half-step Wujin, whooshing crocodile glared at him. At the foot of the short mountain, Lin Tianwei's closed eyes opened at this time. In his eyes, 2 rays of fire flashed and disappeared. Vaguely, the void in front of him became slightly distorted because of this. He took a deep breath and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Then he stood up, lightly clenching his right fist, his eyes instantly intertwined with radiance. He could clearly feel that his cultivation had reached the level of half-step Wuzhen. His divine power was more abundant, his spirit was stronger, his sea of consciousness was vaster, and his battle prowess had an obvious improvement. Moreover, because he had refined the pure yang flame with the medicine codex, his alchemy skills had also improved tremendously. Now he had reached the peak of a 6th-grade alchemist and was only a step away from becoming a 7th-grade alchemist. Very good. He could not help but exclaim in his heart. It had to be said that this was a great improvement in his strength. His cultivation had increased, and his alchemy skills had also improved greatly. He stood quietly on the spot and sensed again. He realized that there was an extremely powerful heat energy intertwining in his flesh and divine power. It was extremely shocking. Then he stretched out his right hand and used his mind to channel the heat energy contained in his flesh and divine power. Instantly, a ball of golden flames surged out and jumped in his right palm. It was scorching hot and oppressive, and it burned the surrounding space to the point of collapse. He was like a god of war of fire that could burn everything in the world. Looking at the golden flame in his palm, he could not help but exclaim in his heart, "This was the legendary divine fire, pure yang flame. Now he had mastered this divine fire." He took another deep breath and then clenched his right hand to extinguish the pure yang flame that he had summoned. He then flew up from the bottom of the short mountain and came to the side of Whooshing Crocodile and the others. "You really mastered it." Whooshing Crocodile stared at him in surprise. Naturally, he had seen the scene where Lin Tian stretched out his hand and summoned the pure yang flame. "I've mastered it. Now it's compatible with my flesh and divine power. It's a bit weaker than when it was in its original state," Lin Tiandao said. "However, if I use it now, it shouldn't be a problem to burn a person of the 3rd sky of Enlightenment realm to death. This is a rare divine fire. It will form a relative balance with the user's own strength. You're now half a step into the Enlightenment realm. After it merges with your flesh and divine power, it will naturally decrease in power. Otherwise, do you think your body can withstand it for a long time?" Whooshing Crocodile said, "This is also one of its specialties as a divine fire." "Indeed." Lin Tian nodded and said, "Anyway, in the future, as I become stronger, it will also become stronger." At this time, the girl in white jumped to his side and said with a smile, "Congratulations, uncle." Lin Tian nodded and smiled at her. After refining the pure yang flame, he had mastered this divine fire. His cultivation and strength had increased a lot. Most importantly, this divine fire could become stronger as he became stronger. It could burn many divine powers and secret techniques, and even burn the Great Path's precepts. This would become a powerful method in his future cultivation. "Your cultivation has also reached half a step into the Enlightenment realm." Whooshing Crocodile looked at him. "You're really lucky." Lin Tianyi smiled. "It's mainly because of my good character." Whooshing Crocodile looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "Shameless." Lin Tian. It was also at this time that Whooshing Crocodile seemed to have thought of something. A ray of light appeared in his eyes, and he spoke again to Lin Tiandao. "That's right, Kid Lin. Now that you've reached half a step into the Enlightenment realm, You can refine the reality developing pill you got before and break through to the enlightenment realm. At that time, we'll go to the 5 great sections. Hearing Whooshing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian smiled again and narrowed his eyes. I think so too. Not long ago, in the ruins of a large tomb under a large river, he obtained a realization pill. After a cultivator who was half a step away from the enlightenment realm refined it, he could directly enter the enlightenment realm without any side effects. Its magical effects were shocking. Now that he had reached the half-step enlightenment realm, coupled with the yen divine pill he had obtained previously, he would be able to break through to the enlightenment realm very soon. At that time, his battle prowess would undergo a huge transformation. When he went to the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other 4 great immortal sects, he believed that even without the dozens of eternal killing array platforms, he would be fearless. He could easily destroy the 5 great immortal sects without worrying about any unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, he was facing the assassination attempts of the great extinguishing God dynasty at any time. Raising his cultivation to the enlightenment realm before taking action, it would be many times safer to face the assassins of the great extinguishing God dynasty. Let's go, he said. Go? To where? Whooshing Crocodile asked suspiciously. Can't we just refine the reality developing pill here? I've just entered half a step into the enlightenment realm. I need to rest for 3 to 5 days and let my cultivation stabilize before breaking through. Lin Tiandao. Whooshing Crocodile thought for a while. Oh, that's true. Lin Tian had broken through half a step into the enlightenment realm by refining the pure yang flame. At this time, immediately changing to another method to break through would not be good for his Tao foundation. Lin Tian nodded. At this time he did not fly but chose to walk. He left the short mountain and walked into the distance. The girl in white smiled brightly as she followed beside Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at her and said, Where is your family? I'd better send you home first. You saw before that there were people trying to assassinate me. You'll be in danger if you follow me. I'm not afraid. I want to follow you. The girl blinked and said, Uncle, a man keeps his word. You've already agreed to let me follow you. You can't go back on your words. That's not good. Lin Tian. He was speechless. What kind of trouble did he get himself into? Looking at the girl, he sighed and did not say anything more. He walked away on foot, minding his own business. The girl giggled. She had a youthful vitality as she followed him. Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips and flapped its 5-colored wings to follow. Little Yi Tong naturally trotted after them. Walking behind Lin Tian, she looked around from time to time. The 3 people and 1 crocodile left the vicinity of the short mountain. They didn't do anything special. They just walked and stopped randomly. During this time, little Yi Tong picked some wild fruits in the woods along the way. Not long after, she dragged a blue flower demon python that was more than 30 feet long and put it in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian used the divine fire to roast it and eat it. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile both blushed with shame. Just like that, the group walked on foot and wandered around some large mountains. Along the way, they encountered several powerful demon beasts. Every time they encountered one, Lin Tian would throw little Yi Tong out and let her fight. At the same time, he would guide her from the side. Very quickly, 5 days passed. On this day, the 3 people and 1 crocodile walked into another large mountain. Lin Tian found a very secluded valley. After continuously carving 9 ceiling formations and the immortal thunder killing formation around it, he sat cross-legged on a large rock in the valley. After 5 days of adjustment, his half-step enlightenment level cultivation had completely stabilized. His state of mind had also become more stable and firm. At this time, he was ready to refine the yen pill and break through to the enlightenment level in one fell swoop. Let's begin. Whooshing Crocodile said to him. Lin Tian nodded. This place was very secluded. Moreover, he had already carved 9 ceiling formations and the immortal thunder killing formation around it. His aura wouldn't leak out. In addition, Whooshing Crocodile was guarding here to protect him. He didn't have to worry about anything. After calming down a little, he began to circulate the Heart Sutra of the sun. For a moment, faint golden light intertwined and lingered around his body, causing his essence, chi, and spirit to surge little by little. After dozens of breaths, he finally reached a peak state, making him feel like a powerful celestial furnace. His vitality was astonishing. It was also at this time that his right hand slightly shook. He took out the yen pill that he had obtained not long ago. He wrapped it in gentle divine power and sent it into his mouth. Chapter 984. The Yenshin pill appeared in 3 different colors. When Lin Tian put it in his mouth, it melted instantly, turning into a refreshing warm current that flowed down his throat and into his body. He kept his body calm as the sun, Heart Sutra, slowly circulated. The medicinal power of the Yenshin pill that flowed into his body was instantly refined, surging towards every corner of his body. Buzz! For a moment, a faint golden light appeared, covering his entire body within the golden light, filled with pure yang energy. Then, every inch of his flesh and blood started to vibrate. As the Sun Heart Sutra circulated, the divine power flowed faster, crazily absorbing and refining the medicinal power of the Yenshin pill, making his divine power purer and his flesh and blood more crystalline. Then, in the next moment, his life origin began to emit rays of light, and the Great Path order began to boil on its own. Buzz! Little bits of Tao light intertwined out of his body like celestial radiance. At this moment, it became extremely active and clear, rapidly increasing in strength. Lin Tianwei closed his eyes and circulated the Sun Heart Sutra. At this moment, he could naturally sense this. He couldn't help but think that the Yenshin pill was indeed amazing. At this moment, it made his understanding of the Great Path in his body much stronger. At this moment, he kept himself even more calm. With the help of the Yenshin pill, he tried his best to understand the Great Path in his body. Buzz! Suddenly, the Tao light outside his body became even more intense. Now he wanted to enter the enlightenment realm from the half-step enlightenment realm. The most important thing was to understand the Great Path and strengthen his Great Path order to a new height. Only then could he break through the door of the enlightenment realm and enter the enlightenment realm in one go. He sat cross-legged on the big rock as the space between his eyebrows shone brightly. At this moment, his divine sense was completely activated and immersed in his body. He completely ignored everything around him and only focused on refining the Yenshin pill. Then, with the help of the Yenshin pill's powerful effects, his Great Path order kept boiling and becoming stronger, making his understanding of the Great Path more profound. In an instant, the sparkling Great Path order jumped like rays of the world's origin light, and the fluctuation of the Great Path became stronger and stronger. Whooshing Crocodile watched from the side and felt the great Tao laws outside Lin Tian's body becoming stronger and stronger. A demonic light flashed past his demon eyes, as expected of the truth-acting elixir. According to this situation, in at most 14 hours, he should be able to directly enter the truth-comprehending realm from the half-step truth-comprehending realm. As it spoke, it looked at the hazy Tao radiance outside Lin Tian's body and could not help but feel a little curious. Speaking of which, what exactly is this kid's great Tao law? Although it had not lived for a very long time, it was definitely not short either. However, it could not recognize the great Tao rule that Lin Tian controlled. Even after looking at it countless times, it still could not understand what kind of great Tao it was. It felt like it could not figure it out. Beside him, the girl in white was looking at Lin Tian. Her beautiful eyes were shining like stars, and she was looking at him very seriously. The Tao radiance intertwined and lingered outside Lin Tian's body. It became stronger at an exponential rate. Immediately, the golden divine light outside his body became brighter and brighter. Everything around him was reflected in a layer of golden brilliance. Lin Tian silently refined the truth-acting elixir and cultivated from the beginning to the end. His powerful divine consciousness was immersed in his body, and he forgot about everything else. Gradually, his divine consciousness vibrated and became vast. Immediately, in the next moment, just like before, a hazy big world appeared. His divine consciousness directly entered this hazy big world, and there was Tao radiance everywhere. This hazy world was evolved from his great Tao law. It was an illusory world. At this time, because of the truth-acting elixir, this hazy world rapidly expanded and became more and more vast. "It's here again," he muttered to himself in his heart. In this world that was becoming more and more vast, the sky was just like before. It was still floating with clouds, and it was still blue and gloomy. The sun rose in the east, then set in the west, and the cycle repeated. At the same time, his divine consciousness was in this world, and he saw more scenes. With every scene that he saw, the Tao radiance of this world would become stronger. At the same time, the great Tao law outside his body became stronger and stronger, and it continued to grow at an exponential rate. Just like that, 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Lin Tian was circulating the Sun Heart Sutra, and he had completely refined the truth-acting elixir. The great Tao law was powerful to a true peak, and his divine consciousness also retreated from that hazy, illusory world. Just a little bit more, and I can enter the enlightenment realm, he muttered to himself in his heart. He sat cross-legged on the big rock. The golden divine light and Tao, law immortal radiance, outside his body became extremely bright, and the great Tao law was shockingly rich. Immediately, in the next moment, he gradually slowed down the circulation of the Sun Heart Sutra and slowly refined his own Tao. It was like forging a piece of rough iron, and the impurities within it were removed, slowly turning it into pure immortal iron. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, another 6 hours passed. At this moment, Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. His flesh and blood had become strong to a peak, and the great Tao law had become extremely pure. There was a very shocking power gradually surging out of his body. At this time, he vaguely felt that there was a door opening in his body. Then, a surge of turbulent power quickly surged up, like a mountain flood that was about to erupt. Enlightenment. I'm about to enter the enlightenment realm. Whooshing crocodiles' eyes were filled with divine light. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the big rock, and he could feel everything more clearly. Naturally, he was even more excited. Refining the truth-acting elixir took 12 hours. At this moment, he was about to enter the enlightenment realm, He was only one step away, the last and the smallest step. This small step, he could easily enter it. In fact, at this time, he was trying to break through this last small step. Immortal light interweaved outside his body. He only needed a few breaths to enter the enlightenment realm. Boom! Suddenly, the firmament trembled, and this part of the world instantly turned pitch black. An extremely oppressive aura instantly descended. As far as the eye could see, right above Lin Tian's head, a huge thundercloud vortex condensed in the blink of an eye. Within it, strands of blood-red lightning interweaved, as if a sea of blood-red lightning had gathered in it. It could easily destroy everything in the world. This is... Whooshing crocodile's expression suddenly changed. Heavenly tribulation. This. Almost at the same time, Lin Tian's body trembled fiercely. He only felt a chill in his heart, and his scalp went numb. At this moment, he could clearly feel the changes in the sky. He could feel the rolling thunderclouds. He felt as if there was a merciless god of death within, holding a heavenly treasure and aiming it at him. It could easily destroy him in both body and soul. Cough! He directly coughed up blood, and his face instantly turned pale. Rolling thundercloud, blood-red lightning. Without a doubt, this was the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, when he was about to break into the enlightenment realm, the heavenly tribulation began to form. The destructive aura made him terrified. It was as if he was instantly placed in an endless darkness, and he could not find the slightest trace of a path forward. He dared to be sure that once he entered the enlightenment realm at this time, the heavenly tribulation would directly descend. At this time he would definitely be struck to death without any preparation. He gritted his teeth and quickly and forcefully stopped his cultivation. He stopped his cultivation at the peak of the half-step enlightenment realm and stabilized it outside the door of the enlightenment realm. He did not dare to step inside. In the firmament, the rolling thundercloud trembled slightly and then dispersed like green smoke. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. For a moment, the oppressive, destructive aura disappeared. This part of the world was no longer as dark as before, and light returned to the world once again. Sitting cross-legged on the big rock, Lin Tian's mouth was stained with blood. He opened his mouth to breathe, and his Taoist body was slightly trembling. The power of the heavenly tribulation just now was too terrifying. Under that destructive aura, he felt like a tiny speck of dust. "Uncle, are you okay?" The young girl jumped over. Lin Tian shook his head and forced a smile. "Master." Little Yi Tong also ran over. Seeing that Lin Tian suddenly coughed up blood and his face was much paler, the little guy immediately became anxious. Wuxing crocodile flapped its wings and flew over. It stared at Lin Tian, its eyes full of shock. "Kid, what's going on with you? It's already very strange that you attracted the heavenly tribulation to kill you when you entered the great virtue realm. Why is it that now that you're entering the enlightenment realm, another heavenly tribulation appears?" This is simply, it had an expression of disbelief. Other cultivators would only attract the heavenly tribulation when they entered the immortal ascension realm because of the change in their true essence and divine power. After that, the heavenly tribulation would not appear again. However, after Lin Tian passed the great tribulation of immortality, he attracted the heavenly tribulation to kill him when he was advancing to the great virtue realm. Now, when he was about to enter the enlightenment realm, another heavenly tribulation descended. This was really unbelievable. Most importantly, the rolling thundercloud just now was really a little scary, and it still made its heart tremble. "My aptitude is too good, and I'll be envied by the heavens," Lin Tian replied. As for why the heavenly tribulation would descend when he was advancing to the enlightenment realm, he was very clear now. It was related to his reincarnation imperial physique. He took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his state of mind and spirit to a stable state. However, his cultivation level was still outside the enlightenment realm. "What do you mean by being envied by the heavens? I think you've done too many evil things in your previous life. That's why you have to suffer this in this life," Wuxing crocodile said. Lin Tian glanced at it and did not say anything. He continued to take deep breaths to adjust his body. At the same time, he felt a little helpless. He had forgotten the problem with his physique again. He had forgotten that every time he entered a major realm, he might attract the heavenly tribulation. "Am I really going to be struck all the way to the emperor realm?" He muttered to himself. Wuxing crocodile looked over. "What are you muttering about?" Lin Tian shook his head. "Nothing." After a pause, he stood up from the big rock. At this time, although he had not entered the enlightenment realm, he was infinitely close to it. He could enter it at any time, and the aura he emitted was much stronger. "What are you going to do next? How are you going to prepare for the heavenly tribulation?" Wuxing crocodile looked at him and said, "Judging from the power of the thundercloud, just now it's simply, don't mention it. In short, Lord Crocodile estimates that you have to at least find a flawless sacred weapon to pass the next heavenly tribulation." Chapter 985. Listening to the Wuxing crocodile's words, Lin Tian couldn't help but be a little speechless. How can a flawless holy weapon be so easy to find? Without a flawless holy weapon, don't try to reach enlightenment for the time being. When the heavenly tribulation comes, you will definitely not be able to resist it. The Wuxing crocodile curled its lips. It was not trying to scare Lin Tian. Instead, it was the truth. From what it had sensed earlier, the might of the thunderclouds was simply enough to destroy the world. Without a flawless sacred weapon, it felt that Lin Tian would not be able to withstand it. It doesn't matter if you don't have a flawless holy weapon. I have other ways. Lin Tiandao. At this time, he wasn't in a hurry and was very calm. This made the Wuxing crocodile somewhat curious. You have a way. What is it? Tell this, Grandpa Crocodile. Alchemy. Lin Tiandao. The Wuxing crocodile was taken aback. What does transcending a tribulation have to do with alchemy? What do you mean? It frowned. Lin Tian waved his right hand, and a purple grass appeared in his hand. Divine light intertwined around it, and a dragon pattern sealed it. Soul-rotting grass? The destructive thing you got in the heavenly palace of death before. Why did you take it out? The Wuxing crocodile was puzzled, but then it thought of something and stared at Lin Tian in surprise. You mean you want to refine the kind of divine pill that can increase a cultivator's strength in all aspects by 10 times at the same time without any side effects? It remembered that when they were in the 5th heaven, their group was sucked into the legendary Extreme Yin Temple. When they were in the heavenly palace of death of the Extreme Yin Temple, Lin Tian took this soul-rotting grass and said that it could be used to refine a kind of divine pill that could increase a cultivator's combat power, speed, spiritual sense, and other aspects by 10 times in an instant without any side effects. At this time, Lin Tian took out this soul-rotting grass and said that he wanted to use it to transcend a tribulation. It roughly understood what he meant. Lin Tian nodded. Yes. With a wave of his right hand, he put the soul-rotting grass back into the stone ring. This. After getting Lin Tian's confirmation, the 5-element crocodile's eyes lit up immediately. With your strength, after entering the enlightenment realm and increasing your strength in all aspects tenfold, you should be able to get through this thunder, punishment, heavenly disaster. Its eyes, but then he frowned. Grandpa Crocodile, I vaguely remember that you said that you need at least a peak to refine that kind divine pill at the peak, right? You don't seem to be a 7th grade alchemist yet, let alone a 7th grade alchemist at the peak level. It shouldn't be possible to achieve it in a short time, right? I can do that. Lin Tian smiled and said, after refining the pure yang flame, my alchemy level has already reached the peak of the 6th order alchemist realm. With just a little bit of cultivation, I will be able to step into the 7th order alchemist realm. As I control the alchemy encyclopedia, it has a great effect on my alchemy, so I only need to reach the early 7th order to refine the divine pill. Hearing his words, the Wuxing crocodile suddenly widened its eyes. It didn't expect that after Lin Tian refined and controlled the pure yang flame, not only did his cultivation reach the half-step enlightenment realm from the 9th heaven of the Great Path, but his alchemy level also reached the peak of the 6th grade. After a pause, it said again, that's fine. Hurry up and break through to the 7th grade alchemist. After refining that kind of divine pill, give Grandpa Crocodile a few, and then you can begin to transcend the tribulation. Lin Tian glanced at it and said, I've already said that the amount of soul-rotting grass can only refine 3 divine pills at most. Moreover, this is under the condition that there is no mistake. After saying that, he didn't say anything more. He immediately sat cross-legged in the same place again and operated the ancient scripture of the pharmacopoeia. Suddenly, a faint pharmacopoeia divine light intertwined outside his body, causing the place to suddenly have an additional pill chi. The Wuxing crocodile looked at him and then looked around to guard him. The girl in white was still the same as before. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Tian without blinking. Little Yi Tong was naturally the same. She squatted by the side and looked at Lin Tian. Buzz. Outside Lin Tian's body, a faint light surrounded him. It was very peaceful. He operated the pharmacopoeia to cultivate. Gradually, the pharmacopoeia divine light outside his body became stronger. The pill chi also became stronger, like a large lake that began to gradually churn. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the light outside Lin Tian's body trembled. Immediately, the pill qi showed signs of condensing. Then he opened his eyes again and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. Done! The whooshing crocodile directly jumped over. You've reached the level of a level 7 alchemist. Yes, I've reached it. Lin Tian nodded. Previously, after refining the pure yang flame, his alchemy level had already reached the peak of the level 6. He could enter the level of a level 7 alchemist at any time. Now that he had cultivated in silence for 3 days, he naturally reached the level of a level 7 alchemist. Then let's hurry up and refine that divine pill. The whooshing crocodile said, Oh, right. What's that divine pill called again? It's called the ultimate divine pill. The meaning is very simple. It means that it has the miraculous effect of turning a mortal into a god. Lin Tian Andao. With a thought, he took out a mysterious azure cauldron. This cauldron is 1 meter high, with various lifelike birds and immortal beasts engraved all over it. It was obtained from the master alchemist's retreat in the second heaven. Although it doesn't have any offensive ability, it's very sturdy. Of course, since it's the master alchemist's cauldron, it's naturally an excellent alchemy cauldron. He placed the mysterious azure cauldron, took out the soul decaying grass, unlocked the dragon pattern seal, cut off a part of it, and threw it into the cauldron. Wang. He stretched out his left hand, and a golden pure yang flame appeared. As he approached the green cauldron, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the green cauldron. Then, wisps of golden pill fire condensed and burned fiercely without dissipating. He controlled the golden pill fire to envelop the soul, decaying grass, he threw into the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, the soul decaying grass melted, turning into a purple liquid. Then an extremely amazing fragrance came from the mysterious azure cauldron. This broken grass, it's obviously as fragrant as a life-prolonging elixir, but it's a fierce thing. It's really not worthy of this fragrance. Whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian glanced at it, but didn't say anything. The pill fire formed by the pure yang flame was very gentle, but the heat contained in it was very amazing. After melting the soul decaying grass, it continued to condense. Whooshing crocodile stared at the mysterious azure cauldron and asked curiously, You can refine that kind of divine pill with just the soul decaying grass? You think too much. This is just the core material. It needs to be matched with 49 other materials. Lin Tian Andao. As he said, he waved his right hand, and a large number of herbs and pills flew out from the stone ring and arranged neatly next to him. Over the years, he had been to many places, destroyed several great sects, and obtained many treasures. Naturally, he had a very complete set of materials for alchemy. Except for some very rare materials, he had a lot of ordinary materials. He stared at the mysterious azure cauldron and carefully controlled the pill fire formed by the pure yang flame. After refining the soul decaying grass to a certain extent, he moved his mind and threw the other 49 materials into the mysterious azure cauldron in a certain order and proportion. 1. Suddenly a halo appeared in the mysterious azure cauldron, and then slowly dissipated. His expression was serious, and his right hand moved. He also took out the pure yang flame and turned it into pill fire to refine pills. It had to be said that in the process of refining pills with the pill fire formed by the pure yang flame, he found that all the materials were very easy to refine, and the quality of the refined materials was very amazing. As expected of the divine fire, he thought to himself. Beside him, little Yi Tong blinked her eyes and looked curiously at Lin Tian. From time to time, she would move her head to the side of the mysterious azure cauldron and then immediately move back. Lin Tian chuckled. He made a few pill seals with his hands and put them near the mysterious azure cauldron again, making the pill fire in the mysterious azure cauldron even purer. Chi! 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 From the outside, One could hear the sounds coming from the mysterious azure cauldron, like bubbles bursting. Lin Tian controlled it, silently. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. After 6 hours, he stopped and gently opened the mouth of the mysterious azure cauldron. Suddenly, a strong fragrance came out. Looking into the mysterious azure cauldron, there was a thumb-sized purple divine pill floating in the mysterious azure cauldron. It was surrounded by wisps of light mist, as if it had fallen from the celestial realm. It was very magical and made people want to swallow it. Success! Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly. He waved his hand and took the purple divine pill out of the mysterious azure cauldron. Whooshing Crocodile came over. Is this the Transcendence Divine pill you were talking about? It looks good. As it spoke, its eyes shone brightly. Can this thing really increase one's strength by 10 times in an instant? Of course. Lin Tiandao. This was a divine pill recorded in the Medicine Encyclopedia. It was written by one of the 9 celestial venerables, the master apothecary. Naturally, it could not be wrong. He stared at the Transcendence Divine pill with bright eyes. The pure yang flame is a great help. It can be 100% successful. With the amount of soul-rotting grass, he could refine 3 Transcendence Divine pills without any mistakes. At the beginning, he had estimated the success rate and thought that he would make some mistakes. In the end, he would only be able to refine 2 Transcendence Divine pills at most. But now, with the help of the pure yang flame, he was confident that he could refine 3 Transcendence Divine pills with a 100% success rate. Continue. He carefully put away the Transcendence Divine pill and began the next round of refining. Just like that, 16 hours passed in the blink of an eye. In these 16 hours, he refined 2 more Transcendence Divine pills. Both times, he used the pure yang flame to condense the pill fire. Then he perfectly refined 2 Transcendence Divine pills, including the one he refined at the beginning. He had 3 Transcendence Divine pills in total. 10 times combat strength 3 times. He muttered to himself. Whooshing Crocodile came over with shining eyes. Good stuff. Increasing a cultivator's strength by 10 times without any side effects was definitely an amazing divine pill. Its value was immeasurable. After this heavenly tribulation, if there are any left, I'll give them to you, Lin Tian said to Whooshing Crocodile. Then he tilted his head and looked out of the valley. Next, I'll find a suitable place to start the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 986. With 3 Transcendence Divine pills in hand, he could accumulate 10-fold combat strength 3 times. Now, he was ready to transcend the tribulation. Let's go. Lin Tian beckoned little Yi Tong and the others to leave the valley. His enlightenment tribulation would definitely be terrifying. He needed to find a very spacious and deserted place to transcend the tribulation. Otherwise, many innocent people would suffer. Let's go to the westernmost part of this heaven. There's a vast wasteland there. Whooshing Crocodile said. It was still very familiar with this heaven domain, so it immediately led the way. Very quickly, an entire 12 hours had passed. At this time, a vast wasteland appeared in front of them. It had a radius of about tens of thousands of feet. There were withered grass that was half a person's height, low shrubs, and small swamps. There was not a single person in sight. Seeing this, Lin Tian nodded slightly. Such a place was very suitable for him to transcend the tribulation. He would not hurt others. Take the little guy and the girl away from here, he said to Whooshing Crocodile. Then he soared into the sky and walked towards the center of this vast wasteland. Uncle, you can do it! The girl shouted. Little Yi Tong followed suit. Master, you can do it! Whooshing Crocodile wrapped the girl and the boy in a demonic light and retreated further away from this wasteland. At this time, Lin Tian had already arrived at the center of this wasteland. He turned his head to look at Whooshing Crocodile, Little Yi Tong, and the girl in white. Seeing that they had all retreated far away, he relaxed and turned his head again. He took a deep breath. His eyes were intertwined with a bright light. He circulated the Sun Heart Sutra to the extreme. His essence, energy, and spirit boiled as he began to break through to the enlightenment realm. Buzz! Golden divine light intertwined around his body. Tao law and immortal radiance surrounded him. A powerful aura spread out. Then, almost in an instant, a majestic aura rushed out of his body, causing his entire person to become a little different. At this time, he directly stepped into the enlightenment realm at the fastest speed. Boom! The boundless sky directly exploded. Rolling thunderclouds covered the sky, and darkness enveloped the land in an instant. As far as the eye could see, above Lin Tian's head, there was a huge thundercloud vortex. The pitch-black thundercloud rolled and rotated, one circle after another. Strands of blood-red lightning interweaved within, and the destructive power was shocking. Damn, this power is really... In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile felt his heart tremble. How terrifying! Little Yi Tong shrunk her neck. Dong! In the sky, thunder rumbled like the beating of a sacred drum. Streaks of tribulation light brewed at the center of the thundercloud vortex, and oppressive fluctuations interweaved in all directions in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian stood at the center of the vast wilderness. He only felt that there seemed to be a pair of cold eyes in the thundercloud vortex. At this moment, they were staring straight at him. The destructive aura completely locked onto him. It was much more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation of the great virtue realm. His whole body was cold. He clearly felt the threat of death, but his expression did not change at all. With a wave of his right hand, the purple transcendence divine pill appeared in his hand. It was surrounded by strands of light mist, hazy and magical. At this time, his body was suppressed by this lightning. All the bones in his body were cracking, but he stared straight at the sky. When the blood-red lightning in the thundercloud vortex interweaved to a certain extent, he raised his hand, wrapped the transcendence divine pill in his right hand with divine power, and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, his body shook, and the aura outside his body began to skyrocket. It was like a dormant volcano had begun to erupt. Boom! Golden divine light penetrated his body and covered his body like blazing flames. It was dense to the extreme. The majestic power caused the ground beneath his feet to be unable to bear it, and it could not stop shaking. In the distance, the Wuxing Crocodile stared at this scene, and its eyes widened again. This is the effect of the Transcendence Divine Pill. This kid, his aura at this time is simply. Looking at the current Lin Tian, it could not help but be shocked. It only felt that Lin Tian's current power was like a bottomless pit. It seemed that even a half-step to Nirvana Realm expert could be easily blasted to death. Boom! In the vast wilderness, the golden divine light outside Lin Tian's body became denser. It burned like a raging fire, surging and surging violently. At this moment, he stood there like an immortal god of war, as if he could easily shatter everything. He clenched his fist slightly. At this moment, he could clearly feel his strength. The divine power in his body seemed to be able to drown everything. His spiritual perception and physical strength had skyrocketed. He felt that there was nothing he could not do at this moment. With the Transcendence Divine Pill, he could increase his battle strength by 10 times. He raised his head and looked at the destructive thunderclouds in the sky. His eyes were bright and resplendent, just like an emperor of a generation. Come! Boom! The sky trembled fiercely. The oppressive aura became denser, and the destructive waves became more intense. The heavenly Tao seemed to feel that Lin Tian was provoking him, and it also seemed that the lightning punishment had just finished brewing. At this moment, the first bolt of lightning struck down, straight towards Lin Tian. Wherever it passed, the space directly collapsed. In the blink of an eye, This bolt of lightning appeared above Lin Tian's head and mercilessly struck down. Boom! Lin Tian was directly submerged by this bolt of lightning. Smoke and dust filled the sky, and the space within a radius of dozens of feet completely collapsed. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile's expression changed on the spot. It did not expect that the first bolt of lightning would strike Lin Tian. However, in the next moment, after the smoke and dust in front of it dissipated, it was moved again. It saw that Lin Tian was standing straight in the same place. The golden light outside his body was still dense, and he was intact. He did not even move his feet. Even the ground under his feet was not broken. This made its eyes widen even more. This brat deliberately did not dodge and forcibly took that bolt of lightning. Moreover, he even protected the ground under his feet and was not struck by the lightning. Looking ahead, its eyes were full of shock. This 10 times his battle strength. How strong is this brat now? It was very clear how terrifying that bolt of lightning was just now. Striking and killing an ordinary fourth sky of enlightenment was simply easier than piercing through tofu. However, Lin Tian, at this time, unreservedly took this bolt of lightning with his physical body. He was actually intact. "Uncle is so powerful," the girl in white shouted. Little Yi Tong continued to imitate her. "Master is so powerful." Ahead, in the middle of the wasteland, Lin Tian was looking up at the firmament. Just now he did nothing. He only used his pure physique and the golden divine light intertwined outside to defend. However, the lightning that struck him did not have the slightest effect on him. This made the light in his eyes even stronger. The Transcendence Divine Pill, 10 times his battle strength. Now, he did not feel the threat of the heavenly tribulation at all. Again, he stared at the firmament and made a sound. Boom! Almost at the instant he made a sound. In the firmament, the lightning became even more turbulent. The blood-colored lightning condensed like a blood dragon. It was densely packed and turned into a huge lightning dragon that was more than 10 feet thick. The dragon's head was aimed at him, vast and mighty, crushing all the lightning power. Immediately, in the next moment, this huge lightning dragon let out a loud roar. The dragon's body trembled, and it charged straight at Lin Tian. Ka! 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 Everywhere the lightning dragon passed, the void was instantly annihilated. Spatial turbulence poured out wantonly. For a moment, a fierce wind swept through the wasteland. Many shrubs and withered grass were lifted up along with the soil. In the blink of an eye, the lightning dragon pressed down. The entire wasteland trembled violently as if an astonishing earthquake had occurred. Lin Tian stood in the middle of the wasteland. The black hair in front of his forehead danced wildly in the wind, but his expression did not change in the slightest. He watched indifferently as the lightning dragon pressed down. When the lightning dragon landed 10 feet away from him, he moved. Simple and direct. He raised his right hand and punched at the firmament. Boom! With a boom, a huge golden beam of light rushed out from the tip of his fist. Like a bolt of golden lightning, it directly landed on the oncoming lightning dragon. Suddenly, there was another loud boom. The huge lightning dragon trembled violently and then exploded on the spot. 10 times his battle strength. What a freak! That kind of destructive lightning dragon was actually smashed into pieces with a single punch. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile was shocked. Above the firmament, the thundercloud vortex vibrated. The blood-colored lightning was dense and intertwined. With a sizzling sound, there was another boom. Boom! 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 This time, 3 consecutive sounds that sounded like the beating of heavenly drums rang out. The vortex in the middle of the thundercloud became bigger, and a rain of thunder and lightning directly pressed down. The lightning in the middle was very dense, and every bolt of lightning was as thick as a bucket, which was terrifying. Such a scene made the five elements crocodile suddenly couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Such a thunderstorm was simply destruction for the sake of destruction. It estimated that even if a powerhouse of the sixth sky of Wujin came, his body and soul would be destroyed in an instant. Lin Tian was in the middle of the wasteland, but he was still calm. His eyes were intertwined with light. He was fearless of this thunderstorm. His movements were very simple. He still only waved his fist. With pure physical strength, he faced the falling thunderstorm. Boom! 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 Under the power of his fist, the dense thunderstorm collapsed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was completely destroyed. He looked at the firmament, and his body stood straight. Come on. With the help of the Transcendence Elixir, his strength in all aspects had increased by 10 times. He really didn't care about the heavenly tribulation, thunder punishment in the firmament. At least at this time, there was no pressure. Boom! The thunder rolled, and there was an even more shocking roar. The heavenly Tao of thunder punishment seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with Lin Tian's provocation. This time, the 4th and 5th round of tribulation, lightning, came crashing down together. A lightning river and a lightning palace seemed to have come crashing down from the sky. The cracking sound kept ringing. As the 2 rounds of tribulation, thunder, fell together, the entire wasteland began to collapse. Lin Tian stood in the wasteland without any change in his emotions. The 4th and 5th round of tribulation, thunder, still didn't make him feel the slightest pressure. The 10-fold increase in combat power made him feel as if he was standing in an invincible domain at this moment. Buzz. Chapter 987. The Great Deity King, arcane technique of the Bai family, was unleashed with Lin Tian's current strength that had skyrocketed by 10 times. The divine shadow was at least several hundred feet tall, and it was incomparably solid, as if a real war god had been summoned by him. The huge divine palm intertwined with resplendent golden radiance, mightily striking towards the heavens. Crack! Following a crisp sound, the 4th round of tribulation lightning that descended from the heavens immediately collapsed on the spot, directly shattering into pieces. Immediately after, the deity king divine palm's momentum did not decrease, landing on the thunder hall that was formed by the 5th round of heavenly tribulation. With a whoosh, it was struck into pieces, and blood-red arcs of lightning splashed everywhere. In the distance, whooshing crocodiles stared at the scene and couldn't help but gasp, "Damn it! Damn it, what a freak!" These 2 terrifying rounds of heavenly tribulation, lightning punishment, could simply obliterate a powerhouse of the 7th heavenly layer of Wujin easily, but they were smashed into pieces one after another by Lin Tian's ordinary divine ability, which really made it somewhat shocked. Boom! Thunder resounded in the heavens, and the thunderclouds became even more turbulent. The blood-red lightning became more and more numerous, and more dense. The instant the 4th and 5th round of tribulation lightning shattered, the thundercloud vortex directly opened up, and a huge lightning ball appeared, ruthlessly pressing down. Then the thunderclouds boiled again, and a blood-red lightning net condensed, also falling down. Everywhere it passed, the space was cut into countless pieces, and the spatial turbulence caused a great frenzy. After that, the cry of a celestial bird rang out, and a celestial phoenix completely condensed from lightning appeared, swooping down from the heavens. The 6th round of lightning punishment, the 7th round of lightning punishment, and the 8th round of lightning punishment, each more terrifying than the last, all pressed down together at this moment. For a moment, the wasteland trembled even more violently, and cracks appeared one after another, spreading in all directions like a spider web. Even the ground was sinking downwards, sinking down a full 3 feet in the blink of an eye. This kind of lightning punishment was undoubtedly very terrifying, causing people to tremble in fear. Violent hurricanes swept up in this wasteland. Lin Tian stood in the wasteland, his clothes fluttering in the wind. At this time, he finally felt a trace of pressure. Of course, it was only a trace. Activating 10 times his combat strength gave him the ability to look down on this kind of lightning punishment. Facing the 3 consecutive rounds of lightning punishment, Yang Kai waved his right hand again, and a golden flame instantly surged out. With his current strength, it directly burned down the surrounding space. Pure! Yang flame! Yang Kai's voice was indifferent as he threw a punch towards the sky, his pure yang flame instantly turning into a golden sea of fire that directly swallowed everything. In an instant, the entire wasteland was enveloped in an extremely scorching heat flow. Large areas of the earth were melted. Chi, chi, chi. Sounds rang out one after another. Above the firmament, the void was annihilated. 3 consecutive rounds of lightning punishment were instantly incinerated. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile opened its mouth, but no words came out. Under the pressure of those 3 terrifying thunder tribulations, the destructive power contained within them was actually so easily incinerated by Lin Tian's pure yang flame. As expected of the legendary divine flame, as expected of the accumulation of 10 times combat strength, this heavenly tribulation is probably the easiest tribulation in history. It couldn't help but roll its eyes. Master is so amazing. Little Yi Tong blinked and said, her big eyes full of worship. The girl in white stood at the side and looked at Lin Tian seriously. Also at this time, a rumble rang out in the sky again. This time, 10,000 thunderbolts appeared together. Each one was 3 feet thick, and each one seemed to be able to easily crush a powerhouse at the 8th heaven of Wuzhen. As soon as they appeared, they caused the surrounding space to shatter. Even the space turbulence couldn't flow out and was directly annihilated by this aura. Peerlessly terrifying. This was the simplest word that could be used to describe this 9th round of heavenly tribulation. Since ancient times, 9 has been the limit. Heavenly tribulation uses 9 as the number. Resist this round and you'll pass. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes intertwined with a demonic light. Boom! Thunder rumbled and the sky trembled. 10,000 thunderbolts appeared together and pressed towards Lin Tian mercilessly without stopping at all. The wind swept and the ground sank. Every inch of the space within a radius of a few hundred feet was full of destructive power at this moment. Lin Tian squinted and stared at the sky. The pressure was several times greater than before, making him feel a little threatened. However, his expression was still calm. With a buzz, he propped up the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory and faced the sky majestically. All of a sudden, the sky trembled and the vast wilderness shook. The reincarnation diagram of the king's territory that he activated with 10 times his combat strength was so powerful that it could be said to be terrifying. It was as if he had really pulled out a heaven-splitting sacred diagram. It immediately spread out a hazy sacred radiance and spun towards the sky. Ka! 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 The crisp sounds continued, and the 10,000 thunderbolts that fell from the sky seemed a little fragile at this moment. They shattered and broke apart. After more than 10 breaths, the 10,000 thunderbolts finally collapsed completely and dissipated completely. The 9th round of heavenly tribulation was shattered. Done! In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile laughed loudly. However, in the next moment, its laughter gradually stopped because above the sky, the pitch-black thundercloud vortex still existed and didn't dissipate. It frowned. Since ancient times, the heavenly tribulation has a maximum number of 9. After 9 rounds of tribulation lightning, the heavenly tribulation should dissipate and 7-colored auspicious clouds should appear to reward the person transcending the tribulation. Even if there were more thunderbolts, it would be considered a new heavenly tribulation, just like the 2 heavenly tribulations that Lin Tian transcended consecutively when he ascended to the great Tao realm in the 5th heaven. However, at this moment, after 9 rounds of tribulation lightning, the 7-colored auspicious clouds didn't appear, and the thundercloud vortex in the sky showed no signs of dissipating. Most importantly, there was an even more terrifying destructive power brewing in the thunderclouds. Lin Tian's expression also changed at this moment. The thunderclouds in the sky trembled, and the blood-red lightning became denser and denser. The world became darker, and this darkness spread crazily to the surroundings, almost enveloping the entire sixth heaven. This gave him a feeling of absurdity, as if the next moment was the real beginning of his Wuxian heavenly tribulation. Boom! Shocking thunder resounded throughout the world. In the sky, the dark thunderclouds rolled and trembled, rotating like a vortex. In the next moment, the thunderclouds split open, and a total of 18 blood-red thunder palaces appeared. Each of them seemed to be an ancient temple, and each of them exuded terrifying, destructive fluctuations. In an instant, the entire sixth heaven trembled. The oppressive aura was like a rolling sea, quickly sweeping to every corner of this world. For a time, most of the cultivators in this heaven felt this destructive aura, and many creatures trembled in fear. What's going on? The sky is beginning to darken. Suddenly, is it going to be night? This, in the sixth heaven, all the cultivators were shocked. Boom! At this moment, a thunderous roar resounded in the sky of the sixth heaven, clearly spreading throughout the entire sixth heaven, causing countless creatures to tremble in fear. What the hell is this? This seems to be the aura of a heavenly tribulation. Is someone crossing the immortal ascension tribulation? But whose tribulation can have such power and aura? Even the immortal ascension tribulation of the ancient Empyreans was far from this level, right? What the hell is going on? In this heaven, countless powerful cultivators were shocked. Boom! Another roar sounded. In the sixth heaven, the sky became darker, and the oppressive aura became denser. Under this oppressive aura, in the mountains of this heaven, many fierce beasts that were originally very active suddenly fell down, trembling in fear. It was also at this moment that the space in the dark mountain at the very end of the southern part of the heaven region shook. A pair of dark eyes suddenly opened. They were cold, deep, and emotionless as they stared at the vast wasteland where Lin Tian was undergoing his tribulation. Wu Zhen, heavenly tribulation. As the 4 words came out, the eyes were cold, causing the entire world to shake slightly. The space in all directions couldn't help but distort, then collapse inch by inch. Interesting. Almost at the same time, a pair of deep eyes opened at the eastern, northern, and southeastern ends of this heaven region. They looked towards the place where Lin Tian was undergoing his tribulation as strange light intertwined in their eyes. Boom! In the great wilderness, the sky shook again. The 18 thunder temples that appeared in the thunderclouds were even more terrifying and shocking. Under such an oppressive aura, Lin Tian's face didn't look too good. At this moment, even though he had used the Transcendence Divine Pill to increase his combat power by 10 times, he still felt the threat of death. His back became a little cold for the first time. Finally, along with another rumble, the 18 lightning palaces in the sky finally moved, slowly descending towards the ground. Transcending the extreme number of heavenly tribulations in history, the 10th tribulation had arrived. Immediately, the entire great wilderness was shattered into pieces. Smoke and dust filled the sky, and all the grass and shrubs were destroyed. In the distance, the Wuxing crocodile couldn't help but tremble. It wrapped little Yi Tong and the white-clothed girl in a demonic light and retreated far away. It only stopped after retreating several hundred meters away from the edge of the great wilderness and looked at the 18 falling thunder temples in shock. The 10th tribulation, lightning, this? It stared at the 18 terrifying thunder temples that were slowly falling, and then looked at Lin Tian, who was in the middle of the great wilderness. This kid, was he really full of evil in his previous life? Why is the heavens so against him in this life? Boom! Thunder resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earth. the 18 thunder temples fell, and with every inch they fell, the aura of destruction became even stronger. Lin Tian was below the 18 thunder temples. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. At this time, staring at the 10th tribulation lightning in the sky, he was a little doubtful. Was his physique really so hated by the heavens? After the extreme number of 9 had passed, the heavenly tribulation didn't show any signs of stopping. The 10th tribulation actually came down, and it was so terrifying. If he really cared about it, this couldn't be considered a heavenly tribulation at all. It was basically going to destroy him completely. Chapter 988. Lin Tian clenched his teeth as he watched the 18 thunder palaces descend from the sky. He really wanted to curse. Motherf asterisk cur. However, he didn't do so in the end. He stared at the top of his head as the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory was unfolded again, releasing rays of light that collided with the 18 thunder palaces. Immediately afterwards, the two collided in the blink of an eye. Boom! All of a sudden, tyrannical fluctuations spread rapidly in all directions. The reincarnation diagram of the king's territory that he had activated with tenfold combat power was still astonishingly powerful. Even the terrifying 10th round of tribulation thunder was still crushed in the sky. However, the reincarnation diagram had also become much weaker as a result. It trembled a few times before shattering and breaking apart. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile was moved again. The stacking of tenfold combat power is indeed terrifying. He actually managed to block such a terrifying 10th round of tribulation thunder. He had seen the scene of Lin Tian transcending the heavenly tribulation of the Tao realm back then, and it could be said to be extremely miserable. Compared to that time, Lin Tian transcending the heavenly tribulation of the enlightenment realm was way too easy. Boom! The sound of thunder was ear-piercing as it exploded in the sky again. As far as the eye could see, the sky had become even darker, and an even more terrifying aura was pressing down on this part of the sky. Vast thunderclouds rolled and surged. Immediately afterwards, a boundless sea of thunder appeared, and every bolt of lightning was extremely terrifying. The 11th round of tribulation thunder. Boom! The sea of thunder surged, and as soon as it appeared, it exuded a mighty wave that could destroy everything, causing the entire ground to tremble. At this moment, cracking sounds could be heard continuously, and the vast wasteland continued to collapse and sink. It was a complete scene of destruction. With a rumbling sound, the 11th round of lightning sea had yet to truly descend, but tiny bolts of lightning had already struck down. These bolts of lightning looked quite small, but in fact they were intertwined with an extremely terrifying aura. Every bolt of lightning was like the 9th round of tribulation thunder, and it was terrifying. Lin Tian stood in the vast wasteland and completely ignored these tiny bolts of lightning. He only held up a golden divine light defense. At this moment, his gaze stared at the boundless sea of lightning at the highest point, and his eyes were interwoven with deep divine radiance. Staring at this boundless sea of lightning, he felt an even more terrifying threat. As such, he did not wait for this sea of lightning to descend. Instead, he took the initiative to move. He activated the powerful killing sword in the Ling Tian sword manual with tenfold battle prowess, causing densely packed Ling Tian sword intent to form a golden rain of Ling Tian swords that rushed into the sky. Clang! 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 The clanging of swords was ear-piercing. At this moment, the dense streaks of sword light entered the boundless sea of lightning, causing the sea of lightning to tremble as thousands of cracks appeared. Then he lifted the reincarnation portrait again. With a thought, he threw the reincarnation portrait into the sky and pressed down on the sea of lightning. This time, the sea of lightning could not hold on and shattered with a crack. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. The 11th round of lightning punishment hadn't even truly descended, but it was actually destroyed by Lin Tian. This brat boom! Just as it was about to lament, another bolt of lightning exploded in the sky. In the sky, densely packed killing lights rolled. The 12th round of lightning punishment descended, and a huge lightning millstone appeared. It was like a millstone that wanted to obliterate the entire world. It was horrifying. With a rumble, the lightning millstone did not stop this time. As soon as it appeared, it pressed down on Lin Tian mercilessly. Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine. At this moment, even though he had activated tenfold battle prowess, he still felt a very terrifying threat. He did not dare to be careless. With a low roar, he activated the reincarnation portrait and the Great Path precepts. Then, with a thought, he merged the two into the reincarnation portrait of the Great Path and faced the lightning millstone that was pressing down. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two collided and fought fiercely. This sort of collision was extremely terrifying. It caused numerous enormous rifts to appear in the boundless expanse of space, and it caused expanse after expanse of space to be obliterated. On the other hand, the expanse of desolation that Lin Tian resided in had naturally sunk even deeper. Cough! Lin Tian's body trembled, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The lightning millstone formed by the 12th round of lightning punishment was too terrifying. Even though he activated the reincarnation portrait of the Great Path with tenfold battle prowess, he was still injured. Moreover, at this moment, his power began to weaken. The tenfold battle prowess that was activated by the ultimate divine elixir was about to disappear. He gritted his teeth slightly, and his eyes trembled slightly. He opened the divine eye of delusion and looked at the lightning millstone in the sky. In an instant, he saw strands of blood-red lightning that intertwined into the lightning millstone. They were like lines that intertwined together, and he could barely see the thinnest point in it. Break! Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he spat out this word. With a rumble, he used the divine eye of delusion to see through the lightning millstone. He controlled the reincarnation portrait of the Great Path and faced the weakest corner of the lightning millstone. Immediately, the lightning millstone trembled violently. Then, cracks spread all over and it shattered into pieces. However, even so, there was still a great force of lightning punishment that passed through the reincarnation portrait of the Great Path and landed on his body, shaking him back dozens of feet. Cough! He coughed up blood again, and his face paled slightly. It was also at this moment that his body trembled slightly. The golden divine light on his body weakened, and his aura also weakened a lot. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile naturally sensed the change in Lin Tian's aura. The effects of the ultimate divine elixir have worn off. In the wilderness, Lin Tian panted slightly. Then he looked at the sky again. At this moment, the thundercloud vortex in the sky was still there, but it had become even darker and more terrifying. It was as if it was going to swallow one's mind. Then, in the next moment, another rumble sounded. The 13th round of lightning tribulation manifested. It was completely formed by lightning, and there were more than 100 ferocious beasts and birds. They trampled the sky, and their roars shattered the earth. They swarmed toward Lin Tian. However, this was not the end. After the 13th round of lightning tribulation, the 14th round of lightning tribulation also manifested. It was a densely packed celestial mountain. Every celestial mountain was formed by lightning, and every celestial mountain was extremely terrifying. Boom! With a loud rumble, the space in all directions collapsed at the same time. Moreover, as the 2 rounds of lightning tribulation pressed down, the densely packed lightning at the edges also fell. They were all terrifyingly destructive. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. He swallowed the second ultimate divine elixir as fast as he could. Once again, he activated 10 times his combat strength. He stared at the sky with his delusion breaker divine eye, summoned the Great Path reincarnation diagram, and faced the attack. Suddenly, the Great Path reincarnation diagram collided with the 13th and 14th rounds of lightning tribulation. Then, after a few breaths, the great path reincarnation diagram was shattered. The 2 rounds of lightning tribulation pressed down together and directly drowned him. In an instant, the entire wilderness became dilapidated. Everywhere was charred black, and the surface of the ground sank by a full 3 feet. Smoke and dust enveloped all directions. Whoosh! There was the sound of something breaking through the air. Lin Tian rushed out of the smoke and dust. More than half of his body was shattered, and he was covered in blood. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile revealed a shocked expression. Even with 10 times his combat strength, he was still injured to this extent. This, in the wilderness, Lin Tian panted. He activated the nirvana of the sun technique and immediately reformed his body. He stared at the thunderclouds that still existed in the sky, and his expression gradually turned ugly. Just now, he activated 10 times his combat strength. He used both the Great Path reincarnation diagram and the Delusion Breaker Divine Eye, but half of his body was still shattered. Dong! There was another rumble. This time, the thunderclouds were boiling. The 15th round of lightning tribulation formed, and a cross-shaped lightning tribulation appeared and pressed down directly. The cross-shaped lightning didn't cover a large area, but its power was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, Lin Tian's heart trembled. He only felt that his internal organs were cold. At this moment, even though he activated 10 times his combat strength, he still felt that it was difficult to resist. He gritted his teeth. The reincarnation diagram, the Great Path precepts, the pure yang flame, the seal of 4 symbols, the divination divine technique, and other means were all used together to meet the 15th round of lightning tribulation. Boom! The 2 sides collided, and the divine power was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the reincarnation diagram and other things were all shattered. The cross-shaped lightning tribulation pressed down directly. After being blocked by the reincarnation diagram and other things, the cross-shaped lightning tribulation weakened a lot. However, its killing power was still extremely shocking. Uft! This time, even though Lin Tian had the help of the Delusion Breaker Divine Eye and activated 10 times his combat strength, he still suffered great injuries. His physical body directly exploded, and blood stained a large area of the ground. In the sky, the rolling thunderclouds didn't even give him the slightest time to react. The 16th and 17th round of lightning tribulation appeared at the same time. Without any pause, they directly pressed down on the ground. In an instant, the entire wilderness sank again, and the earth and stones crumbled inch by inch. Lin Tian had just regathered his physical body with the sun nirvana technique, but he was submerged by the 16th and 17th round of lightning tribulation. Even with the help of the Delusion Breaker Divine Eye, he couldn't avoid it. Uft! Once again his body exploded, and his divine soul and source both dimmed a little. The blood-red flames flickered, and the sun nirvana technique was activated. In the blink of an eye, he condensed his physical body again. His face was solemn as he looked at the sky. At this time, the thunderclouds in the sky became a little quiet, but the destructive fluctuations were getting stronger and stronger. Immediately after 9 breaths, the dark thunderclouds in the sky exploded, and the 18th round of lightning tribulation emerged. This time, there was only one lightning bolt, but it was hundreds of meters in diameter. Moreover, the destructive aura it exuded made the entire sky seem like it was about to collapse. The 6th heaven was shaking uncontrollably, unable to stop at all. Lin Tian was in the center of this lightning beam. His powerful body trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat flowed down his back. Under this lightning beam, he suddenly felt as if he was covered by a boundless darkness in an instant. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels became somewhat cold, and he felt as if he was about to be obliterated by this lightning beam in an instant. However, this was only for a moment. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth fiercely and quickly calmed himself down. By relying on 10 times the combat power, I can resist it. He gritted his teeth. This should be the last round. As the one transcending the tribulation, at this time he could barely sense that this was the last round of lightning tribulation. He had to pass it. Come on. He opened the delusion breaker divine eye and roared towards the sky. He activated the great Tao reincarnation diagram, divining divine technique, high heaven sword scripture, dragon burial secret technique, pure yang flame for symbol seal, and other techniques at 10 times the combat power. Then he operated the weapon control technique and pulled out more than 100 high-grade Tao weapons, causing them to explode and rush towards the sky. It was also at this time that the 18th round of lightning tribulation fell from the sky, and the huge lightning beam instantly annihilated everything.